service. For the greatest heroes of the Adeptus Astartes, those warriors who have given everything in battle yet still draw breath, there exists a fate that some call honor and others call curse. This is the story of what happens when a dreadnought awakens after centuries of sleep, when consciousness returns to a mind trapped in steel, when ancient warriors rise once more to face enemies they may no longer recognize in a galaxy that has moved on without them. The dreadnought represents one of the most profound contradictions in the Imperium of man. These towering war engines, standing 12 to 15 feet tall and bristling with enough firepower to level fortifications, are both revered relics and walking nightmares. Inside each adamantium shell lies not a machine spirit or artificial intelligence, but the broken remnants of a space marine hero, a warrior whose body was so catastrophically damaged that even the advanced medical arts of the apothecaries could not restore it. Instead of granting them the mercy of death, the chapter chooses to preserve these fallen brothers, sealing what remains of their shattered forms into life support sarcophagi and integrating them directly into the neural systems of these combat walkers. But the dreadnought is not meant to be awake continuously. The strain of maintaining consciousness while interfaced with such a massive and complex war machine creates immense psychological pressure. Extended neural connection causes lethargy, confusion, temporal disorientation, and eventually senility. The human mind, even one enhanced by space marine implants and conditioning, was never designed to perceive the world through Auspex arrays and weapon targeting systems for years on end. So the chapters practice a form of mercy that might seem cruel to outsiders. Between battles, these ancient warriors are sealed away in stasis vaults, deep within fortress monasteries, their consciousness suspended in a darkness that can last decades, centuries, or in the case of the most ancient, millennia. And then comes the awakening. A call goes out across the Vox networks, emergency protocols activate, and somewhere in the depths of a chapter's sacred halls, systems begin to hum with renewed power. Life support fluids warm from their near-frozen state, neural interfaces pulse with renewed energy, and a consciousness that has been suspended in the void between sleep and death begins the long, agonizing climb back toward awareness. This is not the gentle waking of natural rest. This is resurrection, a forced return to a reality that the awakening warrior may not remember clearly, may not recognize, and may not wish to face again. The physical reality of awakening. The first sensation is always the cold. Not the cold of winter air or icy wind, but the profound chill of amniotic fluid that has been kept just above freezing for preservation purposes. This fluid fills the sarcophagus surrounding what remains of the dreadnought pilot's organic body, keeping tissues viable and preventing decay. As the awakening sequence begins, heating elements activate and the temperature slowly rises, but the sensation is far from pleasant. The pilot's nerve endings, some of which have been directly spliced into mechanical interfaces, register this change not as warming comfort, but as a creeping sensation of pins and needles that spreads through every remaining inch of flesh. Many dreadnought pilots no longer possess much of their original bodies. Some are reduced to little more than a torso and head, their limbs lost to catastrophic wounds. Others retain more, but it hardly matters. What flesh remains is webbed with cables, punctured by neural shunts, and suspended in fluid, like a specimen in a laboratory jar. As consciousness returns, the pilot must reconcile the phantom sensations of limbs long lost with the reality of their current state. The human brain is remarkably adaptable, but even space marine neuroplasticity has limits. The sensation of having arms and legs that are actually weapon mounts and hydraulic struts never becomes entirely natural. Then comes the flood of sensory data. A human being perceives the world through eyes that detect a specific range of light wavelengths, ears that register sound waves, skin that feels pressure and temperature. A dreadnought pilot perceives reality through a bewildering array of technical sensors. Optical feeds come online first, but these are not simple cameras. They provide thermal imaging overlays, motion tracking, range-finding data, threat assessment markers, and tactical information all simultaneously. The visual field of a dreadnought is not the narrow cone of human vision, but a comprehensive 360-degree awareness of the surrounding environment. For a pilot awakening after decades or centuries of sensory deprivation, this deluge of information can be overwhelming. Audio sensors activate next, but these do not hear as humans hear. They detect sound across a far wider frequency range, can triangulate the precise origin of noises, and automatically filter out background interference while enhancing tactically relevant sounds. The crackling of power systems charging up, the hydraulic hiss of servos testing their range of motion, the distant echo of footsteps approaching the stasis chamber. All of these reach the pilot's awareness with crystalline clarity. But there is also the constant hum of the dreadnought's own systems, a mechanical susurrus that becomes the soundtrack to every waking moment, a reminder that the body they now inhabit is fundamentally inhuman. The sense of touch, perhaps the most fundamentally human of all senses, has been transformed into something alien. Pressure sensors distributed across the dreadnought's armored hull relay information about impacts, but these register not as pain, but as data points. Temperature monitoring systems detect environmental conditions, but the pilot no longer feels heat or cold in the way they once did. The amniotic fluid maintains their organic tissues at a constant temperature, regardless of external conditions. When a dreadnought's massive power fist closes around an enemy vehicle, crushing it to scrap metal, the pilot feels the resistance through force feedback systems, but it is a distant, attenuated sensation, more like reading a report than experiencing a tactile event. And there is pain. Not always and not for everyone, but pain is a common companion to dreadnought pilots. The neural interfaces that allow them to control their mechanical bodies require direct connection to their nervous systems. These connections can become inflamed, can develop scar tissue, can simply ache from the strain of channeling so much information. Some describe it as a headache that never fully fades, a pressure behind the eyes that intensifies during combat, when reflexes must be lightning fast and targeting calculations must be made in fractions of seconds. Others speak of phantom limb pain, magnified to nightmarish proportions, the sensation of wounds in body parts they no longer possess, ghost injuries that cannot heal because the flesh they inhabit is long gone. The awakening process itself typically takes hours. It is not instantaneous. Systems must be brought online in sequence to avoid overloading either the mechanical systems or the pilot's neural capacity. First come basic life support functions, ensuring that the organic components are being properly sustained. Then sensory systems activate gradually, allowing the pilot's consciousness to adjust to each new stream of input. Motor control comes last, with movement capabilities unlocked only after extensive diagnostic checks confirm that the pilot's mental state is stable enough to handle controlling several tons of adamantium and weaponry. During this slow return to consciousness, many dreadnought pilots experience disorientation that borders on existential terror. They may not immediately remember who they are, where they are, or what has happened to them. The mind, emerging from centuries of stasis, does not wake with full clarity. Memories surface slowly, fragmentarily, like debris floating to the surface of dark water. A pilot might remember their name before they remember their chapter. They might recall specific battles with crystalline clarity while having no idea how much time has passed since those engagements. The awakening mind grasps for context, for meaning, for anything that will explain the sensations flooding through neural pathways that have been dormant for so long. And then there are the voices. Tech marines monitoring the awakening process, chaplains performing ritual blessings, chapter commanders providing briefings on whatever crisis has necessitated this resurrection. These voices come through Vox speakers, filtered and distorted by mechanical translation. The dreadnought pilot's own voice, when they finally speak, emerges not from a throat and mouth, but from speakers embedded in their chassis. The sound is harsh, crackling with static, a mechanical approximation of human speech that strips away the subtle nuances of emotion and intonation. Many pilots describe the horror of hearing themselves speak for the first time after internment, of realizing that even their voice, that most personal form of expression, has been taken from them and replaced with something synthetic. The physical awakening is only the beginning. Once the systems are fully online and the pilot has regained enough control to operate the dreadnought's basic functions, they must confront a reality that is often far more painful than any physical sensation. They must face the fact that time has moved on without them, that the world they knew has changed, and that they are no longer the person they were when they last walked among their brothers as a flesh and blood space marine. Mental disorientation and time loss. Perhaps the cruelest aspect of dreadnought existence is the relationship with time. For the pilot sealed in stasis, no time passes. There are no dreams, no thoughts, no consciousness at all during the long sleep. One moment, they are being shut down after a battle. The next moment, they are awakening to a new crisis. But between these two subjective moments, decades or centuries might have elapsed. The galaxy has turned, wars have been fought and won or lost, brothers have lived full lives and died, and the awakening pilot has missed all of it. This temporal displacement creates profound cognitive dissonance. Imagine closing your eyes for what feels like a single night's sleep, then waking to discover that everyone you knew is dead, that the world has moved on by generations, that you are now considered an ancient relic rather than a contemporary warrior. This is the reality facing every dreadnought pilot with each awakening. The psychological impact cannot be overstated. Human beings, even augmented space marines, construct their sense of self through continuity of experience. We understand who we are by remembering who we were yesterday, last week, last year. But when those intervals are measured in centuries rather than days, the very concept of personal identity becomes unstable. Many pilots experience severe dyschronometria, a clinical term for the inability to accurately perceive the passage of time. A dreadnought awakening, after 200 years of stasis, might insist that only a few months have passed since their last deployment. They ask after brothers who have been dead for a century, expect to see familiar faces that have long since been laid to rest in the chapter's mausoleums. When informed of how much time has actually elapsed, their reactions range from denial to grief, to a kind of numb acceptance that slowly erodes their sense of connection to the present. This confusion is compounded by the nature of memory itself. The human brain does not store memories like data files on a cogitator. Memories are living things, constantly being reconstructed and reinterpreted based on context and emotional state. But dreadnought pilots are not fully human anymore. Parts of their brain have been augmented or replaced with mechanical systems designed to help them process the sensory input from their new bodies. These augmentations can interfere with memory formation and recall. Some pilots find that their memories of life before internment fade with each awakening, becoming increasingly hazy and dreamlike. Others experience the opposite problem. Certain memories become fixed and immutable, playing over and over with perfect clarity, while everything around those frozen moments becomes fog. The chapters try to help. When a dreadnought awakens, there are usually protocols in place to reorient the pilot to current reality. A tech marine or chaplain will provide a briefing covering essential information: the current date, major events that have occurred since the last awakening, the status of the chapter and its current campaigns. But this is like trying to catch up on centuries of history through a few minutes of explanation. The details are lost, the nuance is absent, and the awakening pilot is left with a sense of fundamental disconnection from the timeline they now inhabit. Some dreadnoughts develop coping mechanisms. They stop trying to maintain continuity with their past selves and instead embrace each awakening as a new beginning. They accept that they are no longer brother Captain so-and-so who fought in the wars of their youth, but are now ancient so-and-so, a being apart from the flow of normal time. This psychological adaptation allows them to function, but it comes at a cost. It requires letting go of the person they once were, accepting that their identity is now defined more by their role as a dreadnought than by their memories of life before the sarcophagus. Others resist this dissolution of self with desperate intensity. They cling to their memories, rehearsing them mentally during their brief periods of wakefulness, trying to maintain the thread of continuity that defines them as individuals. But this too has its costs. The more energy they spend trying to remember who they were, the less they have available for adapting to who they must be now. And with each awakening, the gap between past and present widens. The chapter they served may have evolved new traditions, adopted different tactical doctrines, reorganized its command structure. The enemies they fight may be new threats or old foes returned in unfamiliar forms. The galaxy itself may have changed in ways both subtle and profound. The confusion extends beyond mere dates and names. Many dreadnought pilots experience a phenomenon that might be called memory compression, where decades or centuries of real time feel like they should only be days or weeks. This creates a profound sense of unreality, as if they are living in a dream or hallucination. They might remember a particular battle brother as a young neophyte, then wake to find him serving as a company captain, or perhaps already dead and buried. The emotional impact of discovering that someone you remember as young and vital is now old, or worse, has been dead for generations, is devastating. It creates a profound sense of loss, compounded by guilt at having missed the intervening years. Some pilots report experiencing something even stranger: overlapping memories from multiple awakenings that blur together in confusing ways. A dreadnought who has been awakened dozens or hundreds of times over the centuries might struggle to distinguish between different campaigns, different battles, different versions of similar events. Was it the war on Armageddon or the defense of Cadia where they saw that particular tactical pattern? Was that brother who fought beside them part of the first company or the third? The memories exist, but their temporal organization breaks down, creating a kind of experiential palimpsest, where layers of different moments overlay each other until it becomes impossible to separate them clearly. This temporal confusion is made worse by the fact that many dreadnoughts are awakened specifically for battles or situations that echo past conflicts. The Imperium is locked in eternal war, and history tends to repeat itself with grim regularity. A dreadnought who fought orcs on one world might wake centuries later to fight orcs on another world, and in the heat of battle, might not be entirely clear on which war they are currently fighting. The result can be a kind of combat fugue, where past and present merge, where the pilot is simultaneously fighting a battle from centuries ago, and the current engagement, their awareness, flickering between different temporal moments like a pict screen with bad reception. The chapters are aware of this problem, which is why most ancient dreadnoughts are kept in stasis for increasingly long periods. The longer the sleep between awakenings, the more stable the pilot's mental state tends to be when they do wake, though paradoxically, this also means greater temporal displacement and confusion about how much time has actually passed. It is a balance with no good solutions, only varying degrees of psychological trauma that must be managed as best as possible. For some pilots, the realization of how much time has passed brings an unexpected emotion: grief. Not just for lost friends and fallen brothers, but for their own lost time. Every moment spent in stasis is a moment of life that did not happen, experiences that were not had, relationships that could not develop. A Space Marine's lifespan is already extended far beyond normal human years through genetic modification and the senescent membrane that can place them in healing hibernation. But a dreadnought's existence stretches this even further, granting a kind of cursed immortality where centuries of life are compressed into brief windows of consciousness, separated by vast voids of nothingness. Some pilots begin to develop a strange relationship with the concept of age. Chronologically, they might be 500, 1,000, even 10,000 years old. But in terms of conscious experience, they have lived far less. Bjorn the Fell-Handed, the most ancient of all loyalist dreadnoughts, is over 10,000 years old chronologically, but has been awake for only a tiny fraction of that time. How old is he really? The question has no simple answer. He has existed for millennia, but experienced only centuries of that existence. He is simultaneously the oldest, and yet somehow still young, a paradox that defies easy comprehension. This temporal discontinuity affects not just personal identity, but tactical effectiveness. Modern warfare doctrine may have evolved significantly since a dreadnought's last awakening. Weapons technologies change, enemy tactics adapt, strategic priorities shift. An ancient warrior's knowledge and experience are invaluable, but only if they can successfully contextualize that knowledge within current circumstances. Many chapters maintain extensive debriefing protocols for awakened dreadnoughts, bringing them up to speed on current situations before deploying them. But there is only so much that can be conveyed in a briefing, and the subtle nuances of how warfare has evolved are often learned only through direct experience. The psychological literature on extended stasis and its effects on consciousness is limited, mostly because the only beings who regularly undergo such experiences are dreadnought pilots themselves, and their accounts are often fragmentary and confused. But what records exist paint a picture of minds struggling to maintain coherence across temporal gaps that would shatter lesser beings entirely. The fact that Space Marine psychology and the mental conditioning they undergo during their transformation help them survive this ordeal at all is remarkable. That some pilots maintain their sanity and sense of self for centuries or even millennia of this existence is nothing short of miraculous. That many do not is hardly surprising. The weight of centuries. When a dreadnought awakens, they do not wake into the chapter they remember. They wake into a chapter that has moved on without them, filled with unfamiliar faces and sometimes unfamiliar traditions. For many pilots, this is the most painful aspect of awakening, the realization that they have become strangers in what was once their home. The first thing many notice is the faces. As a flesh and blood Space Marine, even one who had served for a century or more, you would have known your battle brothers. You would have fought alongside them, trained with them, shared meals in the chapter's halls. You would have known their habits, their quirks, the particular way each one moved and spoke. But after a century or two in stasis, most of those brothers are gone. Some have died in battle, their gene seed harvested to create new recruits. Others have succumbed to age, for even Space Marines are not truly immortal, and even their enhanced lifespans have limits. A few might have been elevated to command positions where the dreadnought pilot no longer has regular contact with them, but the vast majority are simply gone. In their place are new faces, young warriors who were not even born when the dreadnought pilot last walked among his brothers. These new Space Marines look upon the ancient warrior with reverence, treating them as a living relic rather than as a contemporary. They speak to the dreadnought with formal respect, addressing them by honorifics and titles rather than as a fellow brother-in-arms. The casual camaraderie that once existed is gone, replaced by something more akin to worship. The dreadnought has become an object of veneration, and while this might seem like an honor, it is also profoundly isolating. Many dreadnought pilots report feeling disconnected from the younger generations of Space Marines. These new warriors are well-trained and motivated, certainly, but they lack the shared history that creates true bonds of brotherhood. They did not fight alongside the dreadnought pilot in past campaigns. They do not share the same formative experiences. To them, the ancient warrior is a figure from history, someone they have heard about in chapter legends, but never actually known as a person. And to the dreadnought pilot, these young Marines are strangers, unfamiliar faces in armor that looks almost but not quite like what they remember. This isolation is compounded by the physical reality of being a dreadnought. The ancient warrior cannot share a meal with their brothers, cannot clasp hands in greeting, cannot engage in the small physical interactions that build and maintain social bonds. They experience the chapter's communal life at a remove, observing but never truly participating. When the company gathers for a feast after a victory, the dreadnought cannot join them at the table. When warriors train in the practice cages, the dreadnought cannot spar alongside them. They are present but separate, included but apart. Some chapters try to maintain connections between ancient dreadnoughts and the current generation of Space Marines. Young warriors might be assigned to serve as attendants or escorts for awakened ancients, learning from their wisdom and experience while providing companionship and context for the current state of the chapter. These relationships can be meaningful, but they are not friendships between equals. The power dynamic is too imbalanced, the age gap too vast. The young Marine is always aware that they are speaking to a legend, and the ancient is always aware that this youth was not even a possibility when they entered their sarcophagus. The chapter itself may have changed in ways both subtle and profound. Traditions evolve over centuries, new heroes arise, and their deeds become the subjects of new sagas and rituals. Old enemies are defeated, and new threats emerge. The very culture of the chapter, the unspoken assumptions and shared understandings that bind warriors together, shifts gradually with each passing generation. A dreadnought awakening after several centuries might find that their chapter has developed new battle cries, modified its heraldry, adopted different tactical preferences, or even reinterpreted its founding principles in ways that seem alien to the ancient warrior's memories. This cultural drift can be deeply disorienting. The chapter is still recognizably itself, still bearing the same name and gene line, still fighting for the Emperor and the Imperium. But the details have shifted. References the ancient makes might go unrecognized by younger Marines who lack the historical context. Jokes that would have brought laughter centuries ago fall flat because the shared experiences they referenced are long forgotten. The dreadnought pilot finds themselves speaking a cultural language that has evolved beyond their understanding, using idioms and references that mark them as being from another time. Some chapters are better than others at maintaining institutional memory and helping awakened dreadnoughts feel connected to the current generation. The Space Wolves, for instance, have strong oral traditions and place great emphasis on storytelling and saga keeping, which helps maintain continuity across the centuries. When Bjorn the Fell-Handed awakens, even young Bloodclaws know his stories and can engage with him through that shared narrative tradition. Other chapters might be less successful at maintaining these connections, particularly if they have suffered severe losses or undergone dramatic reorganizations in the intervening years. The loss extends beyond just people and culture. Physical spaces change too. The dreadnought might remember a particular training hall or meditation chamber, only to discover it has been repurposed or destroyed. The view from the fortress monastery's ramparts might have changed as the surrounding landscape was developed or devastated by war. Even small things, like the arrangement of trophies in a trophy hall or the placement of memorial stones in a garden of remembrance, might have been altered in ways that disorient the awakening ancient. And then there are the dead. Oh, the dead. Every awakening brings a new accounting of losses. Brothers who were vital and strong at the last awakening are now nothing but names carved on memorial walls. Officers who once commanded companies are now dust and memory. Friends, rivals, subordinates, superiors, all of them gone into the Emperor's embrace while the dreadnought slept. Some pilots request full accounting, wanting to know who has fallen and how. Others prefer not to know, finding the accumulated weight of loss too crushing to bear. But ignorance is not truly possible. The dead are everywhere, present in their absence, their loss written in the unfamiliar faces and the changed traditions, and the way younger Marines speak of the past as ancient history. This grief is complicated by guilt. Many dreadnought pilots feel that they have somehow failed their brothers by not being there, by sleeping while others fought and died. This is irrational, of course. The pilot had no choice in when they were awakened or how long they slept. But grief and guilt are not rational emotions. The survivor's burden weighs heavily, made worse by the knowledge that more will die, that the next awakening will bring news of new losses, and the cycle will continue until either the dreadnought is finally destroyed or everyone they once knew has passed into history. Some ancient warriors cope by deliberately limiting their emotional investment in the current generation. They maintain a professional distance, fulfilling their function as war engines and tactical advisors without forming close bonds that will inevitably lead to more grief. This is a survival mechanism, a way of protecting what remains of their humanity against the endless erosion of loss. But it comes at a cost, further isolating them from the chapter they serve and accelerating their transformation from person into thing, from brother Marine into relic. Others go the opposite direction, trying desperately to forge new connections with each awakening, to learn the names and faces of the current generation, to participate in chapter life as much as their physical limitations allow. These pilots often experience the most acute grief, but they also maintain the strongest sense of self and purpose. They remain people, rather than becoming mere weapons, but the price is constant heartache, as each new sleep brings the certainty of more losses to grieve upon awakening. The weight of centuries is not just emotional, it is also tactical and strategic. An ancient dreadnought carries within their memory banks knowledge of campaigns fought long ago, of enemies defeated and lessons learned. This wisdom is invaluable, one of the primary reasons chapters go to such lengths to preserve their fallen heroes. But accessing this wisdom requires the pilot to sort through centuries of accumulated experience, to find relevant knowledge amid vast stores of information that may no longer apply to current circumstances. It requires bridging the gap between then and now, between how wars were fought in the past and how they are fought in the present. Many chapters hold council with awakened ancients before major campaigns, seeking their advice and perspective. These councils can be profoundly valuable, with the ancient warrior's experience providing insights that help avoid costly mistakes or identify opportunities that less experienced commanders might miss. But they can also be frustrating for both parties. The ancient might offer advice based on how similar situations were handled centuries ago, not realizing that circumstances have changed in ways that render that advice obsolete. The current commanders might lack the historical knowledge to properly understand what the ancient is trying to communicate, missing nuances that would be obvious to someone who had lived through the original events. This is the burden of being a living repository of history. Your value lies in your knowledge of the past, but your effectiveness depends on your ability to apply that knowledge to a present that may be radically different from what you remember. It is a constant negotiation between continuity and change, between honoring what was and adapting to what is. And underlying it all is the awareness that with each awakening, the gap widens, the connections weaken, and the ancient warrior becomes more alien to the chapter they serve, and more isolated in their existence as something between hero and relic, between warrior and memorial. Different patterns, different experiences. Not all dreadnoughts are created equal, and the pattern of the chassis has a profound impact on what the pilot experiences during and after awakening. Each design represents different compromises between functionality, preservation, and the toll taken on the pilot's physical and mental well-being. Understanding these differences is crucial to understanding why some dreadnoughts maintain their sanity for millennia, while others degrade rapidly into madness or physical collapse. The Castroferrum pattern is the most common dreadnought chassis in the 41st millennium. It is the workhorse of the Adeptus Astartes, the design most people picture when they think of a Space Marine dreadnought. The Castroferrum is relatively compact compared to some ancient patterns, standing roughly 12 feet tall, with a boxy, utilitarian design that prioritizes reliability and ease of maintenance. For the pilot, the Castroferrum provides a reasonably stable platform. The neural interface technology is well understood and has been refined over millennia of use. The amniotic sarcophagus provides adequate life support, and the sensory systems, while overwhelming at first, can be adapted to with practice. Pilots of Castroferrum pattern dreadnoughts report that the awakening process is typically the smoothest of all chassis types. Systems come online in predictable sequence, and the flood of sensory data, while still intense, is manageable for a properly trained Space Marine consciousness. The Castroferrum's controls are intuitive, at least as intuitive as piloting a several-ton walking war machine can be, and the weapon systems are straightforward to operate. This doesn't mean it's pleasant, but it does mean it's survivable, at least in the psychological sense. The trade-off is that the Castroferrum is not the most powerful or advanced design. Its weapons, while formidable, are not as devastating as those mounted on larger patterns. Its armor, though thick, is not impenetrable. Its mobility is adequate, but not exceptional. The Castroferrum is a reliable, solid platform that will serve for centuries if properly maintained, but it will never be the most impressive dreadnought on the battlefield. For many pilots, this is acceptable. They did not seek glory in their new existence. They sought only to continue serving, and the Castroferrum allows them to do exactly that. The Contemptor pattern represents an older, more sophisticated technology from the Great Crusade era. These dreadnoughts are taller and more graceful than the Castroferrum, with articulated limbs that move with surprising fluidity. The Contemptor's design incorporates atomantic shielding technology and advanced sensory suites that make it a superior weapons platform in almost every respect. For the pilot, this means enhanced capabilities but also increased complexity. The neural load required to operate a Contemptor is significantly higher than that of a Castroferrum. The pilot must process more information, make faster decisions, and maintain tighter control over more sophisticated systems. Awakening in a Contemptor can be a more jarring experience. The sensory input is richer and more detailed, which means more for the emerging consciousness to process and integrate. The controls are more responsive, requiring finer mental discipline to avoid jerky or excessive movements. But for pilots who successfully adapt, the Contemptor offers a sense of empowerment that few other chassis can match. You are not just a walking weapons platform. You are a sophisticated war machine that can go toe-to-toe with the deadliest enemies the Imperium faces. The rarity of functional Contemptor chassis means that they are typically reserved for the most honored and ancient warriors. To be placed in a Contemptor is a mark of exceptional respect, a recognition that your service and sacrifice merit the chapter's most precious resources. This can be a source of pride for the pilot, but it also increases the burden of expectation. You are not just any dreadnought, you are one of the ancients, piloting technology that cannot be replaced if destroyed, expected to perform at the highest level in the most critical situations. The Redemptor pattern, developed by Archmagos Belisarius Cawl as part of his Primaris Space Marine project, represents the bleeding edge of dreadnought technology. These massive war machines are larger and more powerful than standard Castroferrum dreadnoughts, with devastating firepower and the ability to move at speeds that seem impossible for something so massive. The Redemptor is built for aggressive warfare, designed to charge into the heart of enemy formations and tear them apart with overwhelming violence. But the Redemptor's power comes with a terrible price. The neural interface is so intensive, the power draw so immense, that it literally burns out the pilot. The awakening process for a Redemptor pilot is described as agonizing, with the machine systems placing enormous strain on the pilot's consciousness and physical form, even in the moments of coming online. Once operational, the Redemptor pilot must endure a level of neural stress that would be unsustainable in any other chassis. Every movement, every weapon firing, every combat maneuver drains life force from the pilot in ways that are not fully understood, but are undeniably real. Many Redemptors have already required replacement pilots after just a few decades of service, their original occupants burned out to nothing but desiccated husks. For a Redemptor pilot, each awakening might be their last. The knowledge that your existence is being consumed by the very machine that was supposed to preserve it creates a psychological burden unique to this pattern. Some embrace it, throwing themselves into combat with abandon, knowing that they will not survive long enough to face the slow degradation that afflicts pilots of older patterns. Others find it horrifying, a betrayal of the promise that internment in a dreadnought would allow them to serve for centuries or millennia. Instead, they are being used up and discarded, their sacrifice measured in years or decades rather than centuries. The awakening experience in a Redemptor is thus colored by urgency and desperation. There is no luxury of taking time to reorient to current reality, no gentle reintegration into chapter life. The Redemptor pilot wakes knowing that the clock is ticking, that every moment of consciousness brings them closer to final dissolution, and that they must make every battle count, because there might not be many left. This creates a kind of frantic intensity that can be tactically valuable, but is psychologically exhausting. The Leviathan pattern, another relic from the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy era, represents perhaps the most extreme expression of dreadnought design philosophy. These behemoths are larger even than Redemptors, mounting weapons systems powerful enough to threaten Titan-class war engines. The Leviathan was designed for siege warfare, for breaking through fortifications that could withstand lesser forces. Its adamantic shielding can shrug off hits that would cripple other dreadnoughts, and its firepower is truly apocalyptic. But the price for this power is madness. The neural strain of piloting a Leviathan is so intense that pilots inevitably suffer psychological degradation. They experience temporal displacement far worse than other dreadnought pilots, becoming trapped in loops where they relive past battles, unable to distinguish between memory and present reality. Many Leviathan pilots eventually lose coherent consciousness entirely, becoming little more than berserkers who must be carefully managed and pointed at appropriate targets. The awakening process for a Leviathan pilot is thus fraught with danger, as there is always the risk that the pilot will not successfully emerge from stasis, but will instead remain trapped in some liminal state between consciousness and madness. Specialized variants like the Librarian Dreadnought add their own complications. These rare machines house psychically gifted space marines, warriors who wielded the powers of the warp in life and continue to do so in their mechanical existence. For a Librarian pilot, awakening involves not just the usual sensory shock and temporal disorientation, but also the reactivation of psychic senses. The pilot must re-establish their connection to the warp, must rebuild the mental disciplines that allow them to channel supernatural forces without being consumed by them. This is dangerous under any circumstances, but doing it while also adapting to a dreadnought's sensory systems and dealing with the psychological impacts of centuries of stasis creates compound risks. Many Librarian dreadnoughts report that the warp feels different after stasis, though they struggle to articulate exactly how. Some describe it as if the currents of the immaterium have shifted while they slept, requiring them to relearn navigation of psychic space. Others speak of connections that must be reformed, rituals that must be reperformed to restore their full capabilities. And there is always the danger that the pilot's grip on sanity, already strained by the dreadnought experience, might not be strong enough to prevent warp entities from exploiting any weakness in their psychic defenses. The Death Company dreadnoughts of the Blood Angels and their successor chapters represent perhaps the most tragic variant. These machines house brothers who have succumbed to the Black Rage, the genetic curse that causes Blood Angels to relive Sanguinius's final moments during the Horus Heresy. For these pilots, awakening is not a return to clarity, but a plunge into madness. They do not know where or when they are. They believe they are fighting at the siege of Terra, defending their Primarch against Horus's treachery. The chapter directs this madness toward the enemy, using Death Company dreadnoughts as berserker shock troops. But there is no real awakening for these warriors, only an endless delusion from which they can never escape. The Grey Knight's dreadnoughts incorporate the chapter's unique psychic technologies and demonic wards directly into the chassis. For a Grey Knight pilot, awakening involves not just physical systems coming online, but psychic protections activating, sanctified circuits completing their patterns of power. The pilot must center themselves within these protections, must ensure that their mind is properly shielded before they can safely operate in a galaxy where demonic corruption is an ever-present threat. This adds additional layers of ritual and preparation to the awakening process. But it also provides certain advantages. The psychic wards help stabilize the pilot's consciousness, reducing some of the temporal disorientation and memory degradation that affect other dreadnought patterns. Each pattern thus offers a different experience of awakening, a different balance of power and preservation, capability and cost. The pilot's experience is shaped not just by how long they have slept or what battles await them, but by the very nature of the machine they inhabit. Some chassis are prisons that slowly grind down the occupant's humanity. Others are partnerships between warrior and machine that can be sustained for millennia if managed properly. And some are funeral pyres, consuming the pilot even as they preserve them, burning away life force to fuel one last blaze of destructive glory before final darkness falls. The psychological burden. The physical challenges of awakening are immense, but they pale in comparison to the psychological burden that dreadnought pilots must bear. The human mind, even one enhanced and conditioned by Space Marine indoctrination, was not designed for the kind of existence that internment in a dreadnought creates. The isolation, the temporal discontinuity, the loss of physical form, the endless cycle of awakening to war and returning to dreamless sleep, all of these accumulate into a psychological weight that eventually crushes almost everyone who bears it. Isolation is perhaps the most immediate and persistent psychological challenge. Even when awakened and deployed alongside other Space Marines, the dreadnought pilot exists in profound isolation. They cannot shake hands with their brothers, cannot share a meal, cannot engage in any of the small physical interactions that create and maintain social bonds. Their sensory experience of reality is fundamentally different from that of flesh and blood warriors. They see the world through Auspex feeds and targeting overlays. They hear through acoustic sensors that filter and process sound before presenting it to their consciousness. Every interaction is mediated through layers of technology, creating a barrier that can never be fully crossed. This isolation is compounded during the long periods of stasis. Between awakenings, the pilot experiences nothing. No dreams, no thoughts, no awareness. They are not sleeping in any meaningful sense. They are simply not. And then they wake, and the world has moved on without them, and everyone they knew has changed or died, and they are more alone than before. Each cycle deepens the isolation, widening the gulf between the pilot and the living world around them. Many pilots describe a growing sense of disconnection from humanity itself. As the years accumulate, as awakening follows awakening across centuries, they begin to feel less like a person trapped in a machine and more like a machine that remembers having once been a person. Their thoughts become more tactical, more focused on optimal weapons loadouts and firing solutions and threat assessments. Emotional responses dull and fade. The capacity for joy, for sorrow, for any feeling beyond a grim satisfaction at objectives completed slowly erodes. This is partly a defense mechanism, the psyche protecting itself against endless grief and loss by simply stopping caring. But it is also a fundamental change in consciousness, a transformation from person to thing that happens so gradually that the pilot might not even realize it is occurring. Some fight against this dehumanization with desperate intensity. They deliberately maintain emotional connections, force themselves to feel grief for fallen brothers, even though they know more loss is inevitable, cling to memories of what it felt like to be fully alive and human. These warriors suffer more in the short term, but retain more of their essential selves across the centuries. They remain people rather than becoming mere weapons, though the effort of maintaining that humanity exacts a terrible price. Others accept the transformation, even welcome it. If you are going to be a weapon, they reason, better to be an effective weapon, unencumbered by doubt or grief or the lingering ghost of who you used to be. These pilots often become the most formidable combat assets their chapters possess, utterly ruthless and tactically brilliant. But there is a question about whether they remain truly conscious in any meaningful sense. Are they still the person who was interred, or has that person been replaced by something that merely uses their memories as tactical data? The dreams, or rather the lack of dreams, haunt many pilots. During stasis, there should be nothing. The consciousness is suspended, all neural activity reduced to the bare minimum necessary to maintain basic life support. But many pilots report experiencing something during the long sleep, though they struggle to articulate what. Some describe it as a kind of grey void, where fragmentary thoughts and memories drift without purpose or coherence. Others speak of a sensation of falling through infinite darkness, of reaching for something that is always just beyond grasp. A few claim they can hear voices during stasis, though they cannot understand what is being said or who is speaking. These experiences might be artifacts of the neural interface, glitches in the systems that are supposed to maintain consciousness in suspension, or they might be genuine mental activity occurring at some level too deep for the pilot to fully access or remember upon awakening. Either way, they create an additional layer of psychological stress. The pilot never knows if the void they descend into when systems shut down will be the merciful nothing they expect, or some nightmare half-consciousness that cannot end until awakening comes. Senility and cognitive degradation are constant threats. The extended neural interface causes cumulative damage over time. Dyschronometria worsens with each awakening. Memory becomes less reliable. Temporal sequence becomes confused. Some ancient pilots reach a point where they can no longer distinguish between different awakenings, where all their battles blur together into a single, endless war that has been raging since time immemorial. They might believe they are still fighting enemies from centuries ago, might not recognize that the galaxy around them has changed. This degradation manifests in different ways. Some pilots become fixated on particular memories, repeating the same stories or asking after brothers long dead as if they were still living. Others lose the ability to form new memories entirely, awakening fresh each time with no recollection of previous awakenings, trapped in an eternal present where nothing ever changes, even as everything around them does. Still others develop a kind of combat fugue, where they function perfectly well during battle, but become confused and disoriented during briefings or debriefings, unable to maintain focus when the stimulus of combat is absent. The chapters try to manage this degradation through careful monitoring, and by limiting how long and how often ancient dreadnoughts are awakened. But it is ultimately a losing battle. The very thing that keeps the pilot alive, the neural interface that allows them to operate the dreadnought, is also the thing that is slowly destroying their mind. Every moment of consciousness contributes to the cumulative damage. Every awakening brings the pilot closer to the point where they can no longer function as a coherent consciousness. For some, madness is the eventual destination. The isolation, the grief, the temporal confusion, the physical pain, the existential horror of existence, as a brain in a jar piloting a war machine, all of it accumulates until the mind simply breaks. The pilot might become violent and unpredictable, attacking allies as readily as enemies. They might retreat into catatonia, consciousness still present but no longer responsive to external stimuli. They might fragment entirely, with different aspects of their personality emerging at different times, creating a kind of mechanical, dissociative identity disorder. When a dreadnought pilot reaches this point, most chapters face a terrible decision. Do they continue to wake the ancient warrior for battle, accepting the unpredictability and danger they pose to their own forces? Do they seal them away permanently, honoring their sacrifice with eternal rest? Or do they mercifully end the pilot's existence, granting them the death that was denied when they were first interred? There is no easy answer, and different chapters handle these situations differently, based on their traditions and philosophical approaches to the value of life versus the demands of duty. The Black Rage, the Red Thirst, and other gene seed curses add their own complications for chapters afflicted by such conditions. A Blood Angel's dreadnought pilot might experience the psychological burdens all pilots face, but with the added horror of potentially succumbing to their chapter's genetic flaws while trapped in a metal body. The pilot exists in constant fear that their next awakening will be their last moment of clarity before the Black Rage takes them and they are transferred to a death. Company Dreadnought, doomed to spend eternity reliving Sanguinius's death while their body is used as a weapon against their chapter's enemies. Some pilots develop obsessive thoughts or compulsive behaviors as coping mechanisms. They might insist on specific rituals before and after combat, particular sequences of system checks or weapon blessings that must be performed exactly the same way every time. These rituals provide structure and predictability in an existence that otherwise offers neither. But they can also become debilitating if the obsession grows too strong, if the pilot becomes so fixated on ritual observance that they lose flexibility in combat or spend all their conscious energy on compulsions rather than tactical effectiveness. Religious faith can be both salvation and source of torment for dreadnought pilots. Many find comfort in their service to the Emperor, in the belief that their sacrifice serves a higher purpose, and that they will eventually be rewarded with rest in his presence. Prayer and devotion provide psychological anchors, ways of maintaining meaning and purpose even as everything else erodes. But faith can also amplify despair when the pilot begins to wonder if they have been forgotten by the Emperor, if their existence is punishment rather than reward, if the God Emperor they serve would truly wish this existence on any of his servants. The question of suicide, if such a term can even apply, haunts some pilots. They cannot simply choose to die. They exist at the chapter's pleasure, awakened when needed and return to stasis when not. But they can choose to fight recklessly, to take unnecessary risks in combat, to essentially seek destruction on the battlefield. Most chapters watch for this behavior and intervene when they detect it. But it is not always obvious when a dreadnought pilot is seeking death rather than simply fighting with appropriate aggression. And perhaps some chapters allow it, recognizing that for a warrior who has endured centuries or millennia of this existence, death in glorious battle might be the most merciful ending they can hope for. The weight of knowledge is its own burden. Ancient dreadnoughts often serve as repositories of chapter history, living connections to the past, who can provide first-hand accounts of events that are otherwise preserved only in records and legends. This makes them valuable, but also creates psychological pressure. The pilot feels responsible for preserving and transmitting this knowledge, for ensuring that the lessons of the past are not forgotten. But memory degrades, details blur, and eventually the pilot must face the reality that they are failing in this duty, that the history they carry is being lost, despite their best efforts to maintain it. Some pilots report experiencing identity confusion, moments where they are not entirely sure who they are. Am I still brother captain whoever, or have I become something else entirely? Am I a person or a weapon? Am I alive, or am I already dead and simply not willing to admit it? These existential questions have no comfortable answers, and dwelling on them can lead to psychological paralysis. But ignoring them entirely requires a kind of deliberate self-delusion that has its own costs. The psychological burden of being a dreadnought pilot is, in many ways, worse than the physical limitations. The body is gone, but perhaps that can be adapted to, accepted as a price of continued service. But the erosion of self, the slow transformation from person into thing, the awareness that you are losing your humanity by degrees and cannot prevent it no matter how hard you fight, this is a torment that few other beings in the galaxy must endure. It is a living death that denies the mercy of actual death while offering none of the benefits of actual life. And it goes on, awakening after awakening, century after century, until finally either madness or destruction brings the long nightmare to an end. Chaos. Corruption, the Hellbrute's torment. If the existence of a loyal dreadnought pilot is torment, the existence of a Chaos dreadnought, or Hellbrute as they are more commonly called, is absolute hell. Where the Imperium's dreadnoughts at least maintain some pretense that internment is an honor, that service will eventually earn rest and reward, Chaos makes no such promises. To be sealed within a Hellbrute is punishment and torture wrapped in metal, a fate that even most Chaos Space Marines would rather avoid if given the choice. The awakening process for a Hellbrute is agony from the first moment. Where Loyalist dreadnoughts typically have carefully calibrated systems designed to ease the pilot's consciousness back online gradually, the pseudo-parasitic sarcophagi of Hellbrutes have no such considerations. The technology is corrupted by warp energies, merged with demonic influences, twisted into forms that prioritize power over the pilot's well-being. When a Hellbrute awakens, it is not a gentle return to consciousness, but a violent shock, as systems surge to life with total disregard for the pilot's comfort or sanity. The pilot's flesh itself becomes corrupted. The warp energies that permeate the Hellbrute systems begin to transform the organic matter within the sarcophagus, merging it with the metal of the chassis in grotesque ways. Where a Loyalist pilot remains distinct from their mechanical shell, encased within it but separate, a Hellbrute pilot gradually fuses with the machine. Flesh grows into metal. Metal burrows into flesh. The boundary between organic and mechanical blurs and eventually disappears entirely. The machine becomes part of the pilot's body in a literal sense, and the pilot becomes part of the machine until neither can be distinguished from the other. This fusion is excruciating. The pilot experiences it as a constant sensation of their body being torn apart and reconstructed, bones breaking and reforming, nerves being flayed and rewoven. There is no anesthetic, no mercy, only endless pain that cannot be escaped because the source of the pain is the pilot's own existence. Some Chaos Space Marines volunteer for Hellbrute internment in moments of zealous devotion to their dark patrons, believing they will be granted power and immortality. They learn too late that the power comes at the price of unending torment, and the immortality is a curse rather than a blessing. The mental effects are equally horrific. The warp does not simply preserve consciousness as the Imperium's technology attempts to do. It corrupts consciousness, twisting thoughts and emotions, amplifying rage and hatred and despair while eroding any remaining traces of compassion or reason. The Hellbrute pilot's mind becomes a storm of violent impulses and traumatic memories. They relive their worst moments over and over, experience phantom pains from wounds long healed, feel emotions with intensity that would shatter a normal psyche. Many Hellbrute pilots go completely insane within their first few weeks of consciousness. they lose all coherent thought, becoming nothing more than engines of mindless destruction. These hellbrutes must be kept restrained when not in combat, chained down and their weapons removed, because they will attack anything in range, regardless of whether it is friend or foe. When the Chaos Warband needs them for battle, they are unchained and pointed toward the enemy, a barely controlled berserker that will tear through enemy lines with terrifying effectiveness before being restrained again, assuming they survive the battle. The pilots who maintain some degree of sanity find their existence even more torturous because they are aware of what they have become. They remember being Space Marines, proud warriors who fought for causes they believed in, even if those causes were the corrupt promises of the Chaos Gods. Now they are reduced to weapons that their former brothers fear and pity in equal measure. They are kept isolated when not needed, sealed away in darkness with only their own tortured thoughts for company. When they are awakened, it is not to seek their counsel or value their wisdom, but simply to use them as tools of destruction before discarding them again. The relationship between Hellbrute pilots and the rest of the Chaos Warband is fundamentally different from the relationship between Loyalist dreadnoughts and their chapters. Where Loyalist pilots are revered as honored ancients, Hellbrute pilots are regarded as cursed things, necessary evils whose power is useful but whose existence is pitied or mocked. There is no respect, no honor, only utilitarian calculation about when the Hellbrute's destructive capacity is worth the risk and effort of deploying them. Some Chaos Lords use Hellbrute internment as punishment for warriors who have failed them or displeased them. It is considered one of the worst fates possible, worse even than death or banishment. The condemned warrior is sealed into the sarcophagus while still conscious, forced to endure the fusion process, fully aware of what is happening to them, knowing that this will be their existence for however long they survive. Their screams are considered entertaining by the more cruel Chaos Commanders, who might even delay completing the internment process to prolong the victim's suffering. For word-bearers and similar chapters devoted to chaos in its most religious forms, Hellbrute pilots might undergo additional tortures. Between battles, their sarcophagi are hung in chambers where demons attempting to possess or further corrupt them. The pilots are prevented from going fully insane by protective wards, ensuring they remain conscious enough to experience the demon's attentions. This creates a cycle where the pilot's sanity is deliberately maintained at just the level necessary for them to suffer, never allowed to escape into complete madness, but never granted the mercy of clarity either. The sensory experience of piloting a Hellbrute is reportedly far worse than that of a Loyalist dreadnought. The corrupted Auspex systems do not simply show the tactical situation, they display it through a lens of warp-tainted perception where reality itself seems to writhe and shift. The pilot might see enemies as they truly are, or they might see demonic apparitions, or distorted nightmares drawn from their own fears and hates. Distinguishing between real threats and hallucinations becomes nearly impossible, adding another layer of psychological torment to an already unbearable existence. The weapon systems of a Hellbrute are often alive in a way that Loyalist dreadnought weapons are not. Demon-possessed guns that hunger for kills, close combat weapons that drink blood and grant the pilot momentary relief from pain in exchange for feeding them. This creates a horrible dependency where the pilot becomes desperate for combat, not out of duty or even bloodlust, but simply because combat is the only time the weapons are satisfied, and the constant psychic pressure eases slightly. After the battle ends and the weapons are removed, the pressure returns worse than before, creating a cycle of addiction and withdrawal that further destabilizes the pilot's mental state. Some Hellbrutes develop capabilities that Loyalist dreadnoughts lack, gifts from their dark patrons. They might manifest psychic powers without the training that would normally be required, destructive telekinesis or mind-rending attacks that add to their combat effectiveness. They might sprout additional limbs or weapons, their corrupted forms transcending the limitations of the original chassis design. But each of these gifts comes with its own torments. The psychic powers create feedback that feels like the pilot's brain is being cooked inside their skull. The additional limbs are sources of constant pain as flesh and metal grind against each other in configurations that should be anatomically impossible. The dreams, or whatever passes for dreams in the warp-touched consciousness of a Hellbrute pilot, are nightmares beyond description. Where loyalist pilots experience merciful oblivion during stasis, Hellbrute pilots are never truly unconscious. The warp does not permit it. They exist in a kind of semi-awareness, consciousness suspended but not absent, trapped in psychic spaces where demons play and torment for what might be moments or centuries. Linear time has no meaning in these spaces. A Hellbrute pilot might experience subjective millennia of torment between awakenings that in reality are separated by only months. Some Hellbrute pilots retain enough coherence to beg for death. They plead with their commanders to simply destroy them, to end their existence, rather than continuing to use them. Most such pleas are ignored. The pilot's suffering is irrelevant compared to their utility as a weapon. Some commanders actively enjoy the pilot's torment, seeing it as appropriate punishment, or simply finding amusement in the suffering of a being that was once a mighty warrior. Only if the Hellbrute becomes too unstable to use effectively, attacking allies as often as enemies, will it typically be destroyed. And even then, the destruction is framed as putting down a rabid animal, rather than granting mercy to a suffering brother. The knowledge that they will never escape, that this existence will continue until they are finally destroyed in battle or succumb completely to madness, weighs on those pilots who retain enough awareness to comprehend their situation. There is no hope of rest, no promise of eventual reward for faithful service. The Chaos Gods care nothing for their suffering, except insofar as that suffering can be weaponized or used to feed the dark powers. The Warband sees them as tools, and they themselves are trapped in shells that are slowly consuming their minds and souls, turning them into things that can no longer be called human or even truly alive. Yet in a grim irony, some Hellbrute pilots cling to their existence with desperate fervor. The alternative to this torment is not peaceful rest, but oblivion, or worse, having their souls claimed by the Chaos Gods they served in life. The Hellbrute's mechanical shell provides some protection against that fate, a barrier between the pilot's essence and the hungry entities of the warp. So they endure, not because they want to exist, but because they fear what non-existence might bring. It is survival driven entirely by terror, with no hope that circumstances will improve. Only the grim determination to continue for one more day, one more battle, one more awakening into a hell that never ends. Famous examples and their awakenings. The lore of Warhammer 40,000 is rich with accounts of specific dreadnoughts and their experiences. These individuals provide concrete examples of what awakening can mean, how different pilots cope with the burden of existence, and what becomes of consciousness over the centuries, or millennia, of this strange half-life between death and service. Bjorn the Fell-Handed stands as perhaps the most famous dreadnought in the entire Imperium. He is the oldest living space marine, having fought during the Great Crusade alongside his Primarch Leman Russ, and having survived the Horus Heresy that nearly destroyed the Imperium. Bjorn has been interred in his dreadnought chassis for over 10,000 years. He remembers the Emperor not as a distant god figure, but as a person he served alongside. He knew the Primarchs as brothers and comrades, rather than as mythological heroes. His perspective spans the entire history of the modern Imperium. Yet Bjorn is awakened only rarely. The Space Wolves recognize that even his formidable mind cannot endure constant consciousness for such vast spans of time. He sleeps away the centuries, waking only when the chapter faces its gravest threats or when ceremonial occasions demand his presence. Every century, he is awakened to hold court at the Great Feast, where he recounts tales from his long saga to the assembled Space Wolves. These moments are sacred to the chapter, opportunities to hear first-hand accounts of the founding, of the Primarch's deeds, of battles that have passed into legend. When Bjorn awakens, those present report that there is always a moment of confusion, a brief period where he is not entirely sure when he is or what is happening. He might ask after brothers who have been dead for millennia, or refer to current situations using outdated terminology. But this disorientation fades quickly, his massive experience and iron will allowing him to orient himself and take stock of current circumstances with impressive speed. During these awakenings, Bjorn provides counsel that draws on 10,000 years of accumulated wisdom, offering perspectives that no other being in the Imperium can match. Yet even Bjorn admits that the loneliness cuts deep. In conversations with chapter leadership, he has spoken of the burden of being the last, the sole survivor of an age that is otherwise gone. Everyone he fought alongside in the Great Crusade is dead. The Imperium he helped build has transformed into something he barely recognizes. He exists as a living bridge to the past, but that bridge leads nowhere because the past is irrecoverable. His service continues because duty demands it. But there are hints in the few recorded conversations that even Bjorn's legendary resolve is not infinite. He endures because space wolves endure, but the weight of millennia is visible even in a being as mighty as he. Ancient Rylanor of the Emperor's Children presents a different but equally compelling example. Rylanor was interred in a dreadnought during the Great Crusade, continuing to serve his legion with distinction. But when his brothers turned to chaos during the Horus Heresy, Rylanor refused to follow. He remained loyal to the Emperor, even as his entire legion fell into corruption and excess. After the heresy, he found himself isolated on a plague-ridden world, trapped and unable to escape, but unwilling to surrender to the chaos that had claimed his brothers. Rylanor remained awake for 1,000 years. Where most dreadnoughts must be placed in stasis to preserve their sanity, Rylanor endured a millennium of consciousness, alone on a dead world, with only his loyalty and his hatred for what his legion had become to sustain him. This is nearly unthinkable in terms of the psychological strain involved. A normal dreadnought pilot experiences time loss and disorientation from being awakened after decades or centuries of stasis. Rylanor experienced a continuous millennium, fully aware of every moment, watching the ruins around him decay further, knowing his former brothers had become monsters, unable to communicate with anyone or receive any respite from his solitude. When elements of the Emperor's Children finally returned to that world millennia later, Rylanor was still functional, still sane enough to execute a plan of vengeance against them. His loyalty had not wavered despite 1,000 years of isolation and the knowledge that he had been forgotten by the Imperium. He continued to serve. Rylanor's story demonstrates the upper limits of what a dreadnought pilot can endure, but it also shows the terrible cost. His final act was one of defiant sacrifice, choosing death in service of vengeance against the traitors his brothers had become. He had endured for millennia, not because existence brought him joy or even satisfaction, but because dying without striking back against corruption would have been a betrayal of everything he believed in. Ancient Tancred of the Black Templars represents another archetype, the warrior who has become more machine than man in thought as well as form. Tancred has served for centuries, and his personality has compressed down to its most essential military components. He speaks in terse battlefield assessments, thinks in terms of tactics and enemy force compositions, displays little of what might be recognized as emotion. Some might argue that Tancred has lost his humanity, that he is essentially a sophisticated weapons platform that happens to use a Space Marine brain as its operating system rather than a cogitator. But others would counter that Tancred has simply adapted to his existence by shedding everything non-essential. He has pared away sentiment and replaced it with purpose. He does not mourn fallen brothers, because mourning serves no tactical function. He does not dwell on his transformation, because dwelling on it would not change his circumstances. Tancred is an exemplar of a certain coping strategy. Accept what you have become, and be that thing as effectively as possible. There is a purity to this approach, a kind of Zen-like acceptance that might be healthier than the alternative of constantly fighting against an unchangeable reality. Davian Thule of the Blood Ravens presents a more troubled example. Thule was a captain who distinguished himself in multiple campaigns before suffering catastrophic injuries that necessitated his internment in a dreadnought. His awakening and subsequent service were marked by instability and difficulty adapting to his new existence. He struggled with the sensory changes, with the loss of his mortal form, with the weight of expectations placed upon him as an ancient. In battle, he was formidable, but outside of combat, he experienced significant psychological challenges that required careful management by the chapter's chaplains and apothecaries. Thule's story is important because it represents what happens when a relatively young space marine is interred before they have had centuries to develop the mental resilience that helps older warriors adapt. He was still forming his identity as a warrior when that identity was forcibly changed by his transformation into a dreadnought. The person he was becoming was never allowed to fully develop, replaced by something he did not choose and struggled to accept. His fate, after being deployed during a particularly catastrophic campaign, remains unknown, leaving his story as a cautionary tale about the costs of preservation at any price. The Space Wolf's Murderfang represents the darkest outcome, the pilot who has gone completely feral. Whatever Space Marine once occupied that chassis is gone, replaced by a consciousness that exists only to kill. Murderfang cannot distinguish between friend and foe when awakened. He attacks everything in range with mindless fury, driven by a rage that cannot be reasoned with or controlled. The Space Wolves deploy him only when they need pure destructive force and can ensure he is pointed at the enemy before being unleashed. After the battle, if he survives, he must be forcibly restrained and returned to stasis before he causes friendly casualties. Murderfang's existence raises profound questions. Is there still a person in there somewhere, buried beneath the rage and madness? Or has the original pilot been completely replaced by animal fury? If the former, is he aware of what he has become, trapped and screaming inside a mind that no longer follows his will? Or if the latter, at what point did the transition occur? When did the Space Marine cease to exist and the feral killing machine take his place? And most disturbingly, is this the eventual fate awaiting all dreadnought pilots who exist long enough? The final degradation that comes after centuries of accumulated psychological trauma. For the Blood Angels and their successors, Death Company dreadnoughts represent a unique tragedy. These pilots have succumbed to the Black Rage, their consciousness trapped in a permanent delusion where they believe they are sanguinious fighting at the siege of terror. Their awakening is not a return to present reality, but a plunge into the past, or rather into a psychic echo of the past that has been burned into their gene seed. They do not know their brothers or recognize their commanders. They cannot be reasoned with or directed in the traditional sense. They can only be pointed at enemies and unleashed, whereupon they fight with berserker fury until either the enemy is destroyed or they are. What do these pilots experience? Do they believe each awakening is the same moment, the same battle being fought over and over? Or do they experience some progression, some narrative continuity within their delusion? The Blood Angels do not speak extensively about this, treating their afflicted brothers with respect and sorrow, but not dwelling on the specifics of their torment. But the existence of Death Company dreadnoughts suggests that there are fates even within the dreadnought existence that are worse than the standard torment. That madness can take forms that transform the pilot into something that can no longer be considered a person at all. Ancient Helveticus of the Dark Angels carries secrets, as befits his chapter's character. The Dark Angels maintain secrets about their founding and the betrayal that split their legion during the heresy. Their dreadnoughts often serve as guardians of these secrets, warriors who can be trusted with knowledge too dangerous for younger brothers to know. When Helveticus awakens, he must not only reorient himself to current circumstances, but also assess what secrets can be shared with whom, what knowledge must remain buried, and how to guide the chapter without revealing the full extent of what he knows. This additional burden of secret keeping adds another layer of isolation. Helveticus cannot speak freely even with his brothers. Everything he says must be carefully weighed, every response calculated to protect the chapter's hidden shames. His awakening is thus not just a return to consciousness, but a return to vigilance, constant awareness that even among his brothers he must maintain deceptions and half-truths. The psychological strain of this, combined with the normal burdens of dreadnought existence, creates a uniquely difficult existence even by the standards of ancient warriors. These examples collectively illustrate the range of what dreadnought existence can entail. Some pilots like Bjorn maintain their core identity across millennia through force of will and chapter support. Others like Tancred adapt by transforming into something more machine than man, shedding humanity as unnecessary weight. Still others like Murderfang succumb entirely to madness and rage. And some like Rylanor endure beyond all reasonable limits through sheer, stubborn loyalty to principles they will not abandon regardless of cost. There is no single dreadnought experience, but all variants share the common threads of sacrifice, isolation, and the slow erosion of everything that once made them recognizably human. The role they must play upon awakening, a dreadnought pilot does not have the luxury of gradually reintegrating into chapter life. They are awakened for specific purposes, and those purposes are typically urgent. There is a crisis to address, a battle to fight, a situation that requires the particular capabilities or wisdom that only an ancient warrior can provide. The pilot must transition from the void of stasis to full combat readiness with minimal preparation time, and the expectations placed upon them are immense. The most common reason for awakening a dreadnought is tactical necessity. The chapter faces an enemy or situation that requires heavy firepower and armored resilience. Dreadnoughts excel at breaking through fortified positions, destroying enemy vehicles and monsters, and holding critical objectives against overwhelming opposition. When one is awakened for battle, they are expected to immediately understand the tactical situation, identify threats and opportunities, and employ their weapons systems with devastating effectiveness. There is no time for confusion or disorientation. The fact that the pilot might have been asleep for a century is considered irrelevant. They are a weapon, and weapons must function when needed. Many pilots find this expectation both motivating and crushing. On one hand, knowing that you are needed, that your capabilities make a difference in the chapter's survival and success, provides purpose and meaning. You are not being preserved simply for preservation's sake, but because you have value, because your presence on the battlefield changes outcomes. This knowledge can help sustain a pilot through the hardships of existence, giving them something to focus on beyond their own suffering. But it also means that every awakening comes with the pressure of high expectations. You must perform flawlessly, despite having just emerged from stasis. You must overcome centuries of temporal displacement and sensory shock to immediately engage in complex, deadly combat. And if you fail, if your disorientation causes mistakes, or your degraded capabilities prove insufficient, you bear the responsibility for the consequences. Beyond their tactical role, many dreadnoughts are valued as sources of wisdom and historical knowledge. They have fought in campaigns that are now legends, served under officers who are now honored dead, witnessed events that shape the chapter's character and traditions. When awakened, they might be consulted by chapter leadership before major decisions, asked to recount specific past events, or called upon to settle disputes about proper interpretation of tradition and doctrine. This places the pilot in the role of living historian and sage, expected to remember clearly and accurately events that might have occurred centuries or millennia ago. The burden of this expectation is significant. Memory degrades, especially after repeated cycles of stasis and awakening. The pilot might not remember events as clearly as their brothers expect or hope. They might confuse details from different battles or struggle to provide the specific information being sought. But admitting to memory failure feels like admitting that you are no longer capable of fulfilling your role, that the degradation has progressed to the point where your value is diminished. Many pilots will offer what they remember even when they are not confident in the accuracy, afraid that acknowledging uncertainty will lead to permanent retirement rather than temporary return to stasis. Some chapters formalize this advisory role by regularly awakening their ancients for council sessions. The chapter master and senior officers will gather to discuss strategic questions or doctrinal issues, and one or more dreadnoughts will be awakened to provide input based on their vast experience. These sessions can be valuable, offering perspectives that span centuries and preventing the repetition of past mistakes. But they also demonstrate the awkwardness of the dreadnought's position. They are part of the council yet separate from it, respected, but also regarded with a certain unease. Their advice is sought, but there is always a subtle question of how much weight to give counsel from beings who are not fully part of the present moment. For some pilots, particularly those who held senior ranks before their internment, there is an additional burden of seeing younger, less experienced Marines making decisions they believe are mistaken. A dreadnought, who once commanded companies, or even the entire chapter, must now watch as others hold those positions, sometimes executing strategies the ancient warrior believes are flawed. The pilot might offer advice, but ultimately, they are not in command. They must watch decisions unfold, knowing they would have chosen differently, bearing the knowledge that their experience is valued but not definitive. That time has moved on, and with it, the authority they once held. In battle, dreadnoughts often become focal points for their forces. Their imposing presence, formidable firepower, and historical significance make them natural rallying points. Space Marines who might waver in the face of overwhelming enemy forces find their resolve strengthened by fighting alongside an ancient warrior. The knowledge that this towering engine of destruction once walked among them as a brother, that it contains the spirit of a hero who refused to accept death as an excuse to stop serving, provides inspiration that can turn desperate situations into victories. But this means that the dreadnought pilot must maintain that inspirational presence even when they are struggling with confusion, pain, or doubt. They cannot show weakness because others are drawing strength from their example. The mechanical voice that emerges from the Vox speakers must speak with confidence and authority, regardless of what the pilot is actually feeling inside the sarcophagus. It is a performance, one that must be maintained throughout combat, and often in interactions before and after as well. The relationship between dreadnought pilots and the tech marines, who maintain their chassis, is particularly important. These tech marines are responsible for the dreadnought's mechanical functions, for conducting repairs and performing the rituals that keep ancient systems operational. They awaken the pilot and return them to stasis, manage life support systems, and monitor for signs of critical degradation. In many ways, the tech marines know the dreadnought more intimately than anyone else, understanding the subtle ways that systems interact and the specific quirks of each individual chassis. For the pilot, the tech marines are lifelines, the beings who can ease their suffering or prolong it, who can provide merciful maintenance or neglectful oversight. A good tech marine will minimize the pilot's discomfort, will explain what is happening during awakenings, will listen when the pilot reports problems with systems or sensors. A poor tech marine might treat the pilot as just another machine to be serviced according to rote procedures, showing no consideration for the consciousness trapped within. The quality of this relationship can significantly impact the pilot's experience of dreadnought existence. Some dreadnoughts form bonds with specific tech marines that become the closest things to friendships the pilot can have. The tech marine visits regularly, even when the dreadnought is not being awakened, performing maintenance while speaking to the sarcophagus, telling the sleeping pilot about chapter events and happenings. The pilot, upon awakening, might specifically request that particular tech marine's presence, finding comfort in the familiar voice and practiced touch. These relationships highlight the humanity that persists even in beings who have become more machine than man. the need for connection that cannot be entirely suppressed, no matter how much else is taken away. When the battle or crisis that prompted the awakening is resolved, the dreadnought faces an experience that many describe as worse than awakening itself: the return to sleep. Systems begin shutting down in reverse sequence. Sensory input fades. Motor control is locked out, and the pilot's consciousness, knowing what is coming, must face the descent into that void once more, not knowing when or if they will wake again. For some, this is relief, a welcome respite from the burden of existence. For others, it is terror, the fear that this time they will not wake at all, or that the next awakening will be the one where their mind has degraded beyond recovery. The moments before final shutdown are often the most psychologically difficult. The pilot suspended between consciousness and oblivion, with time to dwell on all the losses, the isolation, the horror of what they have become. The return to sleep. The battle is over. The crisis has passed. The dreadnought has fulfilled its function, has served the chapter as required, and now the time has come to return to the stasis vaults. For the pilot, this transition brings a complex mix of emotions that vary, depending on the individual's psychological state, the length of the awakening period, and their experiences during consciousness. The shutdown sequence is a gradual process, not dissimilar to the awakening but in reverse. First, weapon systems are locked out and made safe. The dreadnought cannot accidentally discharge its armament during the shutdown process. Then motive systems are disabled, preventing movement but maintaining posture so the dreadnought can be positioned properly for transport back to the stasis vault. External sensors begin filtering out and then eventually cutting off entirely as the pilot's need for environmental awareness diminishes. Internal systems monitoring starts taking over, focusing on the sarcophagus and life support rather than the battlefield. During these stages, many pilots experience a sense of profound vulnerability. Throughout the awakening period, despite all the psychological challenges, they at least possessed agency. They could perceive the world around them, could make decisions, could act upon their environment. Now that agency is being systematically removed. They are being rendered helpless, conscious, but unable to influence their circumstances, aware, but increasingly cut off from external reality. It is a kind of sensory deprivation that begins while full consciousness still remains, creating a claustrophobic panic in some pilots. Tech Marines monitor the shutdown process closely, watching for signs of distress or resistance. A pilot who fights against the shutdown, trying to maintain control of systems that are being taken offline, can cause damage to the neural interfaces or the sarcophagus itself. The Tech Marines will attempt to calm such pilots through Vox communication, reminding them that the process is necessary and will be completed regardless of resistance. That cooperation will make the transition easier. Most pilots understand this intellectually, but the primal panic of losing control can override rational thought. Some pilots use this final period of consciousness to make requests or offer final observations. They might ask the attending Tech Marine to perform specific maintenance during the stasis period, to check particular systems that felt wrong during the awakening, to ensure certain weapons are properly blessed before the next deployment. Others take the opportunity to pass messages to chapter leadership, observations about the battle just concluded, or concerns about situations they perceive developing. The Tech Marines listen and record these communications, though not all requests can or will be honored. Some are technologically impossible, others tactically irrelevant, and a few might reflect the pilot's degraded mental state rather than genuine operational concerns. For pilots who have maintained close relationships with specific individuals, these final moments might be used for farewells. A particularly honored dreadnought might have chapter officers present during shutdown, and the pilot can exchange final words with them before consciousness fades. These conversations are often formal, constrained by the knowledge that this might be the last interaction for decades or centuries, that the individuals present might well be dead before the next awakening. There is no casual "see you next week" when your next meeting might be separated by 100 years and multiple generations. The actual moment of consciousness fading is described by pilots in various ways. Some report that it feels like falling, a vertiginous sensation of dropping through darkness with no bottom in sight. Others describe it as a gradual dimming, like lights being extinguished one by one until only darkness remains. Still others experience it as a kind of dissolution, the boundaries of self becoming indistinct and finally disappearing entirely as conscious thought ceases. There is generally no pain in the transition itself, though the psychological discomfort can be intense. What the pilots fear most is what comes after. Most report that stasis is supposed to be nothing, a complete absence of experience where time does not pass from the pilot's subjective perspective. You close your eyes and open them again, and between those moments, there is no between, only a discontinuity where centuries might have elapsed, but feel like no time at all. This is the theoretical ideal, the mercy that stasis is supposed to offer. But many pilots report that the reality is different. Some experience what they describe as darkness, not the absence of sensation, but an active presence of void, as if they are aware of being in that emptiness, even though there should be no awareness at all. Others report fragmentary sensations, disconnected images or sounds that might be memories surfacing and fading, or might be something else entirely. A few claim that they can sense time passing during stasis, not accurately enough to count days or years, but enough to know that they are not experiencing true unconsciousness, but rather some strange twilight state between awareness and oblivion. The nature of these experiences is debated. Are they genuine phenomena, or are they false memories constructed by the mind during the awakening process, the consciousness attempting to fill a gap it cannot truly remember? The neural activity of a space marine in stasis is minimal, but not absent. Life support systems must maintain basic biological functions, and this requires some degree of neural activity. Perhaps that minimal activity generates experiences that cannot quite be called dreams, but are also not complete unconsciousness. For some pilots, these phantom experiences during stasis are more disturbing than the waking existence. At least when conscious and piloting the dreadnought, they know where and when they are, can interact with reality however limited that interaction might be. But the stasis void offers no reference points, no context, no way to distinguish between moments that last subjectively for seconds and those that stretch across subjective centuries. Some pilots report experiencing what feel like eternities of isolation in that darkness, trapped with only fragmentary thoughts and the awareness of their own consciousness, but nothing else. Others claim they are not alone in the darkness, that there are presences there, voices or entities that they cannot quite perceive clearly, but know are present. The chapter's librarians, when asked about such reports, typically offer explanations rooted in warp phenomena. The consciousness of a space marine, even one sealed in a stasis vault, exists partly in the materium and partly in the immaterium. It is possible that during the suspension of normal consciousness, the pilot's awareness drifts in the warp, experiencing echoes and impressions from that realm of chaos and unreality. This would explain the sense of presences, the distorted time perception, the fragmentary visions that have no clear connection to memory or current reality. But this explanation offers little comfort. If the stasis void is not empty, but rather opens onto the warp, then every period of sleep is not rest, but another form of torment. Not all pilots report these disturbing experiences. Some claim their stasis periods are exactly what they should be, nothing. They shut down and immediately awaken, with no subjective experience of the time between. These pilots consider themselves fortunate, though they also wonder if their lack of stasis experiences indicates something about their degrading consciousness. Are they simply forgetting the void experiences immediately upon awakening? Or are their minds so thoroughly adapted to the dreadnought existence that even the distinction between consciousness and unconsciousness has become blurred. The chapters make efforts to minimize stasis duration when possible. Dreadnoughts who have been awakened are often kept conscious for at least the immediate debriefing and any necessary repairs before shutdown. This is partly practical, allowing the tech marines to work with the pilot's cooperation, but also partly merciful. The longer a pilot can delay return to stasis, the more they feel like participants in the chapter's ongoing story, rather than relics pulled out for specific occasions. But extended consciousness has its own costs. The neural strain accumulates. Systems begin degrading from continuous use, and the pilot's mind, subjected to the constant input and stress of maintaining the dreadnought interface, starts showing signs of fatigue. Some pilots develop a complicated relationship with stasis. They dread the return to the void, but they also recognize that consciousness brings its own suffering. The isolation, the grief, the constant reminder of what they have lost and can never regain. These wear on the psyche. Stasis at least offers a respite from awareness, even if that respite is not as merciful as they might hope. These pilots approach shutdown with a kind of weary resignation, neither eagerly seeking it nor desperately resisting it, but simply accepting it as the inevitable conclusion of each awakening cycle. Others develop rituals or mental practices to help them through the transition. They might recite specific prayers or battle cant as consciousness fades, using the familiar words as anchors to maintain their sense of self as long as possible. They might deliberately focus on specific memories, attempting to burn them into whatever level of awareness persists during stasis, so they will not fade further before the next awakening. They might engage in mental calculations or tactical reviews, keeping their thoughts organized and structured until the very last moment before shutdown, believing that this discipline will help them maintain cognitive function across the long sleep. The moment of actual shutdown, when the last systems finally cease and consciousness ends, is one that no pilot can fully describe, because by definition, they are no longer conscious to experience it. But many report that the approach to that moment feels like standing at the edge of an abyss. You can see it coming, can feel the darkness rising to meet you, but cannot stop or avoid it. You can only fall forward into it and hope that when you wake, enough of you will remain to remember who you were and why you continue to serve. And then there is nothing, or there is void, or there is that strange twilight awareness that might be real, or might be the mind's attempt to process something it was never designed to experience. The dreadnought stands silent in its stasis vault, mechanical systems maintaining minimal function, armored shell protecting the precious cargo within. Outside, the chapter continues its existence. Battles are fought, brothers die and are replaced. The galaxy turns through its endless cycles of war and death, and brief respites that are never quite peace. Inside the sarcophagus, the pilot either experiences nothing or experiences something that they will struggle to articulate when next awakened. Time passes, measured by the chapter in decades and centuries, unmeasured by the pilot for whom time has ceased to have meaning. And eventually, the cycle begins again. Alarms sound in the fortress monastery. Tech marines rush to the stasis vaults. Systems begin powering up. And consciousness, dragged back from whatever void it inhabited, begins the long, painful climb toward awareness once more. Conclusion. The awakening of a dreadnought, after centuries of sleep, is not a triumphant return, but a kind of resurrection that might better be called a curse. These ancient warriors served the Imperium with a dedication that extends far beyond what could reasonably be demanded of any being, sacrificing not just their lives, but their very humanity in a slow erosion that spans centuries or millennia. They are honored, yes, but that honor is cold comfort when measured against the profound isolation, the temporal displacement, the gradual loss of self, and the knowledge that this existence will continue until destruction finally grants the rest that was denied when they were first interred. Each dreadnought's story is unique, shaped by their personality, their chapter's traditions, the specific pattern of chassis they inhabit, and the particular ways their consciousness adapts or fails to adapt to existence as a brain in a jar piloting a war machine. Some maintain their core identity across vast spans of time through force of will and institutional support. Others transform into something that can barely be called human, shedding emotion and personality to become pure tactical function. Still others succumb to madness, either the relatively merciful madness that brings unconsciousness, or the horrible madness that traps them in delusions and rage while their body continues to function as a weapon. For those of us who observe these warriors from outside, who see only the towering armored forms bristling with weapons, it is easy to forget that inside each shell is a person experiencing a form of existence that is fundamentally alien and profoundly lonely. The mechanical voice that speaks orders and wisdom is a person's voice, translated through systems that strip away nuance and emotion. The actions that seem so perfectly calculated and efficient are a person's choices, made despite confusion and pain, and the weight of centuries pressing down on consciousness that was never meant to bear such loads. The lore of dreadnoughts in Warhammer 40,000 captures something essential about the setting's character. In the grim darkness of the far future, even the highest honors are tinged with horror. Even the greatest heroes face fates that could reasonably be called curses. The Imperium demands absolute sacrifice from its servants, and nowhere is this more evident than in the existence of dreadnoughts, warriors who literally cannot die, because death would deprive the Imperium of valuable resources. Understanding what happens when a dreadnought awakens after centuries of sleep requires grappling with questions about consciousness, identity, the nature of service and sacrifice, and the price of duty carried to its extreme logical conclusion. These warriors embody the Imperium's paradoxical mixture of reverence and ruthlessness, of honoring its heroes while simultaneously using them up in the endless grinding war that defines the setting. They are both inspiration and warning, demonstrating the heights of dedication while also showing the costs of existing in a civilization where your value as a weapon can override any consideration of your well-being as a person. The next time you see a dreadnought on the tabletop, or read about one in the lore, remember that inside that armored shell is someone experiencing something we can barely imagine, awakening to find that everyone you knew is gone, that decades or centuries have passed while you experienced nothing, that you must immediately function as a weapon despite the temporal displacement and sensory shock, and that when the battle ends, you will return to the void, not knowing when or if you will wake again. It is a sacrifice beyond death, service that extends past any reasonable limit, and a fate that encapsulates everything that makes Warhammer 40,000 such a uniquely dark and compelling setting. Thank you for joining me in exploring what happens when a dreadnought wakes after centuries of sleep in Warhammer 40k. If you enjoyed this deep dive into one of the setting's most fascinating and tragic elements, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. Your support helps me continue creating detailed lore content about the grim darkness of the far future. Until next time, remember, even in death, some warriors are never truly allowed to rest. In the grim darkness of the far future, there are countless ways to die. You might be consumed by tyrannids, corrupted by chaos, incinerated by Necron Gauss weaponry, or simply ground beneath the boots of the Imperium's endless wars. But among all the terrible fates that await humanity in the 41st millennium, there exists one that is peculiarly, horrifyingly unique. It is the fate of being noticed by the Orcs. Not as prey to be slaughtered and forgotten, not as weak flesh to be trampled underfoot, but as something far more dangerous to your long-term survival, as entertainment. Imagine, if you will, that you have caught the attention of the galaxy's most enthusiastic killers. Creatures who exist only for war, who breathe violence like others breathe air, who find joy in nothing but the thunder of guns and the crash of blades. Now imagine that instead of simply killing you and moving on to their next target, they have decided that you are worth keeping alive, that fighting you brings them genuine pleasure, that you have become, in their crude and brutal way, fun. This is not a blessing. This is not an honor, despite what some might claim. This is a sentence more terrible than death, because it means you will never know peace again. The orcs will hunt you across worlds. They will seek you out specifically, passing by easier targets just for the chance to fight you one more time. They will capture you alive if possible, preserving you for future entertainment. And worst of all, they will talk about you. Your name will spread through the Wah, becoming legend among creatures who barely remember their own yesterday. You will become a permanent fixture in their violent universe, a prized opponent to be fought again and again, until either you fall or they find someone more entertaining. This is the story of what happens when orcs think you are fun. It is a story written in blood and fire, in laughter and violence, in the strange and terrible respect that these fungal monstrosities reserve for their most valued enemies. It is a story that has played out across thousands of worlds, claiming heroes and breaking legends, creating myths that even the orcs themselves barely understand. And it begins, as so many orc stories do, with understanding what makes these creatures tick in the first place. The orcs are not like other races. They do not fight out of necessity, or for resources, or to defend their homes. They do not wage war with reluctance or view combat as a last resort. For the orcs, violence is not a means to an end. Violence is the end itself. They are a species engineered by the ancient Old Ones millions of years ago, created as living weapons in a war that has long since ended. But the war that made them may have concluded, yet the orcs themselves persist, carrying their programming forward through the millennia like a biological echo that refuses to fade. Every orc is born knowing how to fight. They emerge from the fungal spores that carpet their settlements, already understanding the basics of combat, of weapons, of warfare. A newborn orc boy knows instinctively how to grip a chopper, how to aim a slugger, how to charge screaming into battle without a moment's hesitation. This is not learned behavior. This is genetic memory, hardwired into their very being by creators who needed soldiers that required no training, no drilling, no complex logistics. The Old Ones built the perfect warrior species, and in doing so, they created something that would outlast every empire that has risen and fallen since. But the orcs are more than just warriors. They are warriors who love what they do. This distinction is critical to understanding why some enemies become entertainment rather than casualties. A human soldier might fight with discipline and courage, but they fight because they must. A space marine might charge into battle with righteous fury, but that fury is channeled toward a purpose, toward defending the Imperium and serving the Emperor. Even Chaos Marines, corrupted and twisted as they are, fight for something beyond the fight itself, seeking the favor of their dark gods or the fulfillment of some twisted ambition. Orcs fight because fighting makes them happy. Pure, simple, uncomplicated joy radiates from an orc in combat. They laugh as they charge. They grin as their enemies fire upon them. They bellow with delight when someone finally lands a good hit, because that means the fight is getting better. An orc does not seek victory in the traditional sense. Oh, they certainly want to win, to crump their enemies and stand triumphant over their broken bodies. But the winning is almost secondary to the fighting itself. A quick, easy victory over a weak opponent brings an orc no satisfaction. It is the struggle, the challenge, the back and forth of combat that they crave. This creates a psychology utterly alien to most other species. When an orc encounters an enemy who fights well, who pushes them to their limits, who makes them work for their victory, something interesting happens in their primitive but cunning mind. They recognize that this enemy is valuable, not valuable in terms of resources or strategic importance, but valuable as a source of entertainment, as a way to experience the purest joy they know. which is the joy of a proper scrap. The orcs have a word for such enemies, though its exact translation varies. Some call it scumgrod, a term that outsiders might translate as friend, but which really means something closer to favorite enemy or worthy opponent. It describes someone that an orc respects enough to not kill immediately, because killing them would mean the end of future entertainment. It is the closest thing to affection that an orc can feel for someone who is not another orc, and it is one of the most dangerous designations you can receive in the galaxy. When you become scumgrod, when you become fun, the rules change. Suddenly you are not just another target in the orcs' eternal war. You are a prize, a treasure, something to be sought out and fought repeatedly. And the orcs will go to extraordinary lengths to ensure that their favorite enemies survive to fight another day, because dead enemies do not provide entertainment tomorrow. To understand what this means in practice, we must look at the most famous example of orc affection in the entire history of the Imperium. We must examine the relationship between the mightiest warlord the orcs have produced in the modern era and the one human who earned not just his respect, but something approaching what a human might mistake for friendship. We must look at Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka and Commissar Sebastian Yarrick. The Second War for Armageddon began like so many orc invasions, with a massive space hulk tearing through the void and disgorging countless greenskins onto an unsuspecting Imperial world. But this was no ordinary war. It was led by Gazkul Thraka, an orc touched by what he believed to be the gods themselves, a warlord of uncommon cunning who combined the brutal strength of his species with a strategic mind that rivaled human generals. He had come to Armageddon with a purpose, with a vision, with the kind of focused intent that orcs rarely displayed. The planet's defenses crumbled before the green tide. City after city fell as the incompetent leadership of planetary governor Hermann von Straub failed to mount any meaningful resistance. The orcs swept southward across Armageddon's surface, an unstoppable tsunami of violence and destruction that seemed destined to claim the entire world, until they reached Hades' Hive. At Hades' Hive, the orcs encountered something they had not expected. Resistance. Real, genuine, unbreakable resistance. Commissar Sebastian Yarrick commanded the defenders, and under his leadership, the Imperial forces fought with a desperation and ferocity that matched the orcs' own enthusiasm for battle. Yarrick did not simply defend, he inspired. He moved through the battle lines like a living icon of Imperial will, executing cowards and rallying the brave, making his soldiers believe that victory was possible, even as the situation grew more desperate by the hour. The orcs loved it. Here, finally, was opposition worth fighting. Here was an enemy who did not break, who did not flee, who stood firm even as thousands of greenskins crashed against their defenses like waves against a cliff. The fighting around Hades' Hive became legendary among both sides. Orc war bosses threw themselves into the battle personally, seeking glory and a good death. Imperial soldiers discovered reserves of courage they did not know they possessed, fighting on when ammunition ran low, when reinforcements failed to arrive, when all hope seemed lost. And at the center of it all stood Yarrick. The orcs began to notice him specifically. This small human in his black coat and peaked cap, moving through the carnage with mechanical precision, his bionic eye glowing red as he picked out targets. The stories began to spread through the orc camps. The Humies had a boss, a proper boss, one who shot his own boys when they tried to run. One who wore black with red trim, the colors of the Goth clan. One who fought with a fury that even the boys could respect. Gazkul himself took note. In the entire campaign, across all the worlds he had conquered and all the enemies he had crushed, this was the first opponent who truly interested him. This Yarrick, this Humie boss, was making the wah work for its victory. More than that, he was making it fun. The strategic back and forth, the clever tactics, the sheer stubborn refusal to surrender, even when defeat seemed certain. This was the kind of fight Gazkul lived for. He ordered his most powerful war boss, Ugelhard, to crush the Humi boss personally. The massive orc led a devastating assault on Hades' Hive's outer defenses, and when Yarrick met him in single combat, the Commissar was nearly killed. Ugelhard's power claw severed Yarrick's right arm in a single savage strike, a wound that would have killed most humans. But Yarrick did not fall. He did not retreat. Instead, with his life bleeding out onto the hive floor, he swung his chainsword and decapitated the orc warboss. Then, as his soldiers watched in awe, and the orcs watched in something like shock, Yarrick picked up Ugelhard's fallen power claw and held it aloft as a trophy before allowing himself to lose consciousness. That image burned itself into orc memory. The Humi boss, one-armed and dying, holding the claw of the warboss he had just killed. The orcs that witnessed it fled in terror, while others spread the tale throughout the War. Yarrick became legendary. He became something more than just another enemy commander. He became entertainment. He became interesting. He became, in the orc way of thinking, fun. Ghazghkull himself eventually joined the assault on Hades' Hive, leading from the front as any proper warlord should. The two commanders met in the chaos of battle, and their duel was everything an orc could hope for. Ghazghkull, towering and terrible, wrapped in crude armor and wielding weapons that could pulverize a tank. Yarrick, small by comparison but unyielding, his bionic eye blazing, the power claw he had taken from Ugelhard now grafted to his arm. They fought, and Ghazghkull left Yarrick for dead, nearly succeeding where Ugelhard had failed. But Yarrick survived. He bought enough time for the hive's population to evacuate. His defense of Hades' Hive became the turning point of the entire war because it gave the Imperium time to respond, to send reinforcements, to bring in the Space Marines who would ultimately drive the orcs from Armageddon's surface. The Second War ended in tactical defeat for Ghazghkull, but it also gave him something he valued far more than conquest. It gave him Yarrick. The warlord spoke of the Commissar with something approaching reverence. Among all, his foes, Yarrick was the only one he ever cursed, which among orcs is the highest praise. Here was an enemy who understood war, who embraced it as fully as any orc. Here was someone who could challenge Ghazghkull's tactical genius, who made victory something to be earned rather than simply taken. In the years that followed, Ghazghkull would prove just how much he valued his favorite enemy. After the Second War, Yarrick retired, but he could not stay away from the hunt. He assembled a massive crusade, gathering ships and soldiers, determined to track down Ghazghkull and end the orc threat once and for all. The Imperium supported him, believing that the old warrior's experience made him uniquely qualified to hunt the prophet of the War. They tracked Ghazghkull across the galaxy, following the trail of destruction his warband left in its wake, drawing ever closer to their target. On the world of Golgotha, they finally cornered him. The Imperial forces landed with confidence, certain that they had trapped the orc warlord with overwhelming force. It was a trap. The entire planet was a trap. Ghazghkull had known they were coming. He had prepared for them. And in the devastating ambush that followed, the Imperial crusade was shattered. Thousands died. Ships were destroyed or captured. High-ranking commanders were taken prisoner, including Yarrick. The Commissar awoke in chains, surrounded by orcs, expecting execution or perhaps torture. Instead, he was brought before Ghazghkull himself. And there, in a moment that would be recorded in Imperial records as one of the strangest encounters in the history of the Imperium, the Orc warlord explained his plan. He told Yarrick that he was going to return to Armageddon, that he was going to launch an even greater war against the world where they first met, and that he wanted Yarrick to lead the defense. Ghazghkull released him, not out of mercy, not out of tactical calculation, but because the warlord wanted to fight Yarrick again. He wanted the challenge, the struggle, the joy of matching wits and weapons with his favorite enemy. Killing Yarrick now would end the entertainment, setting him free, giving him time to prepare, ensuring that he would be waiting when the Wah returned, That would create the best fight possible. The third war for Armageddon began as Ghazghkull promised. The orcs returned in even greater numbers, and Yarrick was there to meet them, having spent the intervening years preparing the planet's defenses. The war that followed lasted for years, a grinding conflict of attrition that saw entire hive cities reduced to rubble. Ghazghkull personally destroyed Hades' hive from orbit, the very place where their rivalry began, not out of spite, but as a challenge. As if to say, let us begin again on equal footing. Throughout the war, Ghazghkull's tactics showed a peculiar consideration for his favorite foe. He did not try to simply overwhelm Yarrick with numbers. He did not send assassins or employ strategies designed to eliminate the Commissar quickly. Instead, he fought as if conducting some vast game, testing Yarrick's responses, enjoying the strategic dance of thrust and counter-thrust. When other orc warlords suggested simply crushing the Humi boss, Ghazghkull would grow angry. Yarrick was his fight. Yarrick was special. Eventually, Ghazghkull grew bored with the stalemate on Armageddon and left to pursue a greater vision, one given to him by what he believed to be Gork and Mork themselves. Yarrick pursued, joining forces with the Black Templar's Space Marines, hunting the orc warlord across the stars. They cornered him in the Haunted Gulf, surrounded his flagship with overwhelming force, prepared to board and end the threat once and for all. And Ghazghkull, through the power of his weird boys, simply disappeared in a flash of green energy, escaping to continue his great work. Their rivalry continues to this day, or at least it did until recent reports suggested Yarrick's death, though even these remain unconfirmed. But whether Yarrick lives or has finally fallen, his story illustrates perfectly what it means to be fun to the orcs. He became legendary among them. He earned a form of respect and even strange affection from creatures who understood neither concept in any conventional sense. He was spared death multiple times, not out of mercy, but because he was too valuable to waste. And he spent the last decades of his life never knowing peace, always hunted, always pursued, always fighting, because the orcs would not let him rest. This is what happens when you become entertaining. This is what it means to be Scumgrod. And Yarrick is not the only example, merely the most famous. The phenomenon extends to others who have earned the dubious honor of orc appreciation, each discovering in their own way that being valued by greenskins is a curse dressed in the clothing of respect. But to truly understand the depths of this strange relationship, we must look at an even more extreme example. We must examine what happened when an orc became so entertaining that even a chaos god took notice. We must turn our attention to Tusker Demon Killer, and the most successful orc in the entire history of the species. Tusker was a war boss like many others, leading his Wa across the galaxy in search of good fights and better enemies. He commanded a space hulk called Gorjaw, and he was respected among his boys for his strength and cunning. But Tusker became truly legendary when a many-headed greater demon infiltrated his ship and began slaughtering his crew. Where another warlord might have fled or sealed off the infected sections, Tusker did what any proper orc would do. He grabbed his power claw and ran toward the sounds of battle, bellowing his war cry. The fight between orc and demon was titanic. The bridge of Gorjaw became an abattoir as the two monsters tore at each other with inhuman fury. But when the battle ended, Tusker stood, victorious, adding the demon's horns to his trophy rack. And in that moment of triumph, covered in demonic ichor and surrounded by the cheering of his surviving boys, Tusker had a revelation. Demons were fun to fight. Not just fun, they were the most entertaining opponents he had ever encountered. Bigger than most enemies, stronger than most foes, impossible to predict, and utterly dedicated to violence. Fighting them brought Tusker a joy he had rarely experienced, even by orc standards. So he made a decision that seemed completely insane to everyone except the orcs who followed him. He was going to invade the Eye of Terror and fight more demons. Tusker gathered every weird boy he could find and forced them to work together, using their combined psychic power to navigate the impossible currents around Cadia and plunge directly into the Eye of Terror itself. an orc wag, deliberately invading the heart of chaos space, seeking not conquest or plunder, but simply the chance to fight demons. It was magnificent. It was stupid. It was the most orky thing imaginable. And it worked. Tuska's wag rampaged through the Eye of Terror, attacking demon worlds dedicated to all 4 chaos gods. They fought the plague bearers of Nurgle, the twisted warriors of Slaanesh, the scheming demons of Tzeentch, and most of all, the bloodthirsty hordes of Khorne. World after world fell before the demon killer and his boys, and the legend of their rampage spread even among the entities of the Warp. Here were mortals who fought demons not out of desperation or duty, but because they enjoyed it. Khorne, the blood god, the embodiment of war and violence itself, took notice. Here were creatures after his own heart, beings who understood that battle was its own reward. They fought with a purity of purpose that even his own demons could not match, seeking no corruption, no reward, no advantage beyond the fight itself. They were perfect. Tuska's rampage continued until his wah crash-landed on a demon world literally composed of blood and flesh. When the orcs landed and found no enemies waiting, they began shooting at the ground itself out of frustration. The ground responded. Blood letters erupted from the surface by the thousands, and leading them was the Blood Prince, a demon prince of Khorne who ruled this world. The battle that followed was everything both sides could have wanted. Orcs and demons clashed in a storm of violence that painted the blood world in even darker shades of crimson. Tuska and the Blood Prince dueled personally, the warlord and the demon trading blows that would have killed lesser beings, neither giving ground, both reveling in the combat. For hours, they fought as their armies destroyed each other around them, and slowly, inevitably, the orcs began to fall. The demons were in their own realm, empowered by the warp itself, and even orc tenacity had its limits. The Blood Prince wounded Tuska grievously, bringing the warlord to his knees. The demon stood over him, ready to deliver the killing blow, proclaiming victory over the invaders who dared attack his domain. But Tuska's weird boys, with their last strength, managed to distract the demon for just a moment. And in that moment, Tuska drove his power claw into the most vulnerable part of the Blood Prince's anatomy, right between the legs, and tore upward. The demon prince fell, defeated by an orc who refused to die quietly. But Tuska did die. His wounds were too severe, even for orc physiology. One by one, his remaining boys fell to the demon hordes, fighting to the last, never surrendering, never showing fear. The wah of Tuska Demon Killer ended there, on that blood world, with every orc slain and the Blood Prince's minions victorious. Except it did not end. The Blood Prince had enjoyed the battle too much. The sheer spectacle of violence, the joy both sides took in the combat, the perfect distillation of everything Khorne valued. It was too good to let end. The Demon Prince reported to his god about the magnificent fight, and Khorne, in his domain beyond reality, looked upon what had happened and made a decision. The orcs had been entertaining. They deserved an encore. When dawn came to the blood world, if such a place can be said to have dawn, the orcs rose again. Every single one of them, including Tuska, restored to life by the will of the blood god himself. They awoke on the battlefield, surrounded by demons, and did what came naturally. They started fighting again, and when they died, they would rise the next day to fight once more. An eternal cycle of battle, death, and resurrection, playing out in the shadow of Khorne's brass citadel. To any other species, this would be the most horrific fate imaginable. An eternity of dying, of experiencing the agony of fatal wounds over and over, never knowing peace, never finding rest. A hell of endless violence with no purpose and no escape. But to Tuska Demon Killer and his boys, they were having the time of their lives, or rather, the time of their eternities. This was the best fight that never ended. Every day brought new battles against Khorne's elite bloodletter generals, the absolute finest warriors the blood god could field. The combat was always challenging, always engaging, always fun. Tusker had achieved what every orc dreams of but few ever find, a proper, eternal scrap. He was so entertaining that a chaos god himself decided to keep him around permanently, because even Khorne enjoyed watching the show. Some say that Tusker and his boys have been fighting in Khorne's realm for so long now that they must have grown to enormous size. Orcs get bigger the more they fight, and these orcs have been fighting continuously for subjective centuries, perhaps longer given the time-distorting properties of the warp. If they ever escaped, if Khorne ever released them back into real space, they might well be the size of Imperial Knights or larger. But why would Khorne release his favorite entertainment? And why would Tusker leave when he is exactly where he wants to be? The story of Tusker Demon Killer represents the absolute pinnacle of being fun to an entity that values violence. He was not just spared or pursued or valued. He was made immortal so that the fighting could continue forever. He achieved something that no other being in Warhammer 40,000 has managed: an unequivocally happy ending. In a universe of endless darkness and eternal suffering, Tusker found his perfect paradise, and it is a paradise of eternal bloodshed. But what exactly makes someone fun to the orcs? What qualities separate those who become valued entertainment from those who are simply trampled beneath orc boots and forgotten? The answer is complex, because orcs themselves are more complex than they first appear. Behind the brutal exterior and simple language lies a psychology shaped by millions of years of genetic engineering and an entire culture built around concepts that other species barely understand. First and foremost, you must fight well. This seems obvious, but the definition of fighting well in orc terms is specific. It does not simply mean killing many orcs, though that certainly helps establish credentials. It means fighting with enthusiasm, with courage, with a willingness to meet the orcs on their own terms. Running away, hiding behind fortifications, using long-range weapons exclusively. These tactics mark you as cowardly and boring. The orcs want close combat. They want to see the whites of your eyes as blades clash and bullets fly. They want to know that you are in the fight, truly in it, rather than trying to avoid it. Yarrick understood this instinctively. He did not cower in command bunkers. He was on the front lines, visible, fighting alongside his soldiers. When he lost his arm to an orc power claw, he did not retreat for recovery. He killed his attacker, took the claw as a trophy, and had it grafted to his own body. That is exactly the kind of thing an orc would do, and they recognized and respected it. He fought like they fought, brutally, personally, without hesitation. Second, you must never surrender. This is critical. Orcs have little concept of mercy, and they view surrender as the ultimate act of cowardice. An enemy who yields, who begs for life, who tries to negotiate their way out of combat. Such an enemy is worthless. They might be enslaved, worked to death in orc mines and workshops, or simply killed out of hand. But they will never be respected. Fun enemies fight to the last, even when death is certain. They face impossible odds without flinching. They charge when others would flee. This refusal to break, this stubborn determination to keep fighting no matter what, strikes a chord deep in the orc psyche. The death cause of Krieg exemplifies this quality. These grim soldiers of the Imperial Guard never retreat, never surrender, never show fear. They advance into gunfire with mechanical precision, treating their own deaths as acceptable casualties in the Emperor's name. To a human observer, the Death Corps seem almost inhuman in their fatalistic approach to warfare. But to orcs, the Kriegers put up a proper fight. They make the orcs work for their victories. Reports exist of orc war bosses deliberately seeking out Death Corps regiments because they know the Humies in the gas masks will give them a good scrap. Third, having proper orky aesthetics helps tremendously. This might seem superficial, But appearances matter to orcs in ways that reflect their cultural values. Certain colors carry meaning in orc society. Red makes things go faster, not metaphorically, but literally, through the psychic power of orc belief. Black represents toughness and strength, particularly when associated with the Goth clan. When Yarrick wore black with red trim, when he grafted an orc power claw to his arm, when he replaced his lost eye with a bionic that glowed red, he was, probably accidentally, adopting orky aesthetics. The orcs saw a Hume boss who dressed like a Goth and carried proper orky weapons. This made him look the part of a worthy opponent. Similarly, the bigger and more impressive your weapons, the more respect you gain. Orcs love big guns and massive close combat weapons. They build their entire war machines around the principle that bigger is better, that more dakka is always the solution, that weapons should be so oversized they border on impractical. When they see enemies wielding similarly impressive armaments, particularly if those weapons are used with skill and enthusiasm, it registers as a positive quality. A space marine with a thunder hammer and storm shield, smashing through orc ranks, looks like he is taking the fight seriously. A guardsman with a laser gun hiding in a trench looks like he is trying to avoid the fight entirely. Fourth, cunning helps, but only certain kinds of cunning. Orcs respect what they call brutal cunning, or cunning brutality, depending on which of their gods they favor. This describes tactics that are clever, but still involve getting stuck in personally. Ambushes are great, as long as you spring them and then charge into melee. Flanking maneuvers work, provided you are leading from the front. Strategic withdrawals to lure enemies into traps show intelligence worthy of respect. What orcs do not respect is being sneaky without the fighting to back it up. Pure stealth, long-range assassinations, poison, subterfuge, these mark you as a git who is too scared to fight properly. The difference is subtle, but important. Yarrick's tactical genius was respected because he used it to create better battles, not to avoid combat. He would fall back to better positions, yes, but then he would stand and fight from those positions. He would lure orcs into kill zones, but he would be there in the kill zone with his soldiers, weapons firing. His cunning enhanced the fighting rather than replacing it. Fifth, surviving against impossible. Odds creates its own form of entertainment value. Orcs admire toughness, and repeatedly surviving battles that should have killed you demonstrates exceptional toughness. Yarrick survived Gazkul's personal attention multiple times. He lost limbs and kept fighting. He was left for dead and recovered. Each time he emerged from apparently certain death, his legend grew among the orcs. They began to believe that he could not be killed, which made fighting him even more exciting because they wanted to be the one who finally brought him down. This creates a perverse incentive structure. The more you survive orc attacks, the more interested they become in fighting you again. Each narrow escape makes you more legendary, which makes you more valuable as entertainment, which makes them more likely to capture you alive for future fights, rather than simply killing you. You become trapped in a cycle where your competence at survival ensures that you will never be allowed to escape. Finally, and this is perhaps the most subtle quality, you must seem to enjoy fighting, at least a little. Orcs do not understand why anyone would not love combat. They genuinely cannot comprehend fighting as anything other than joyful. When they encounter enemies who fight with grim determination, with dutiful acceptance of their role, with resignation to necessity, the orcs find it confusing. These enemies fight well enough, but they seem so unhappy about it. Where is the joy? Where is the enthusiasm? But when an enemy charges with what looks like genuine battle fury, when they seem to revel in the combat as much as the orcs themselves, something clicks. Here is an opponent who understands. Here is someone who gets it. The Space Wolves chapter, with their loud battle cries and aggressive combat doctrine, often earn this sort of response. The orcs see Humies who howl like beasts and charge into melee with apparent joy, and they think, these gits know how to have a proper scrap. You do not actually have to enjoy fighting, of course. but you must seem like you do, or at least like you are not completely miserable about it. Acting terrified, showing visible reluctance, trying to negotiate or plead, these mark you as boring. Fighting with stoic determination is acceptable. Fighting with apparent enthusiasm is better. Fighting with what looks like actual joy, like you might be having fun too, makes you special. When you combine all these qualities, skill in combat, refusal to surrender, proper aesthetics, clever tactics that enhance rather than avoid fighting, exceptional survivability, and apparent enthusiasm for battle, you create the perfect storm of orc interest. You become someone worth keeping alive, someone worth talking about, someone worth fighting again and again. You become Scumgrod, the favorite enemy, and your life transforms into something both more and less than it was before. The benefits of achieving this status are real, though they come wrapped in terrible costs. Most obviously, orcs will sometimes choose not to kill you when they otherwise would. Ghazghkull released Yarrick from captivity rather than executing him. Other orcs might pull their blows in the final moments of combat, knocking you unconscious rather than delivering a fatal strike. They want you alive for the next fight. This creates a strange form of protection. While orcs are pursuing you specifically because you are entertaining, they are also protecting you from other things that might kill you. An orc warboss who values you as an opponent will not let some random orc boy claim the honor of your death. You are a prize to be fought by the boss himself, or at least by his most trusted nobs. Lesser orcs who try to kill you might find themselves on the wrong end of their own leader's displeasure. Moreover, your name spreads through the orc collective consciousness. You become legend. Orcs from warbands you have never encountered know your name and want to test themselves against you. This creates a galaxy-spanning reputation that precedes you everywhere you go. In some ways, this can be strategically useful. Enemy orcs might hesitate before attacking if they recognize you, wanting to inform their boss that a famous opponent has appeared. Lower-ranking greenskins might even flee, wanting to fetch someone more important to fight such a worthy foe. Your survival against orcs also becomes self-reinforcing. The more you survive, the more legendary you become. The more legendary you become, the more valuable you are as entertainment, which means orcs are more likely to capture rather than kill you. You become almost protected by your own reputation, wrapped in a strange bubble where the normal rules of orc warfare bend around your presence. But these benefits are cold comfort against the horrific costs of orc attention. The most obvious cost is that you can never rest. Normal Imperial commanders might face orc raids occasionally, defensive battles when greenskins attack their sector. But when you are entertaining, the orcs come looking for you specifically. They hunt across star systems. They bypass easier targets to reach you. They coordinate assaults specifically designed to draw you out. Your presence becomes a magnet for orc aggression, endangering not just yourself, but everyone around you. Yarrick could never retire in peace. Even when he stepped away from active duty, the orcs knew where he was. When Ghazghkull returned to Armageddon, he did so partly because that was where Yarrick would be. The Commissar's presence transformed Armageddon into a target, making the Third War inevitable. Every world Yarrick visited, every command he took, became marked by his name, and therefore by orc interest. He could not hide. He could not escape. The galaxy's most dangerous greenskins would always know where he was and would always come looking for him. This creates impossible strategic situations. Do you deploy your valued commanders where they are, needed, knowing that doing so will attract overwhelming orc attention? Or do you keep them hidden, wasting their expertise to preserve them from being hunted? There is no good answer. Using them draws the enemy. Not using them wastes resources. You are damned either way. The psychological toll must be enormous. Imagine knowing that you can never truly be safe, that your name is spoken around campfires and in orc settlements across 1,000 worlds, that greenskins are actively searching for you at all times. Every battle might be the one where an orc warboss shows up specifically to fight you. Every quiet moment carries the threat of orc commandos sent to capture you alive. Sleep becomes difficult. Planning for the future seems pointless when your future consists entirely of being hunted by creatures who will never stop and never forget. Your relationships suffer. Anyone close to you becomes a target, leverage to be used against you, or simply collateral damage when the orcs come calling. Subordinates die in battles that occur because you attracted orc attention. Civilians on worlds you visit find themselves caught in wahs drawn by your presence. You become toxic to be around, a danger to everyone who stands near you, through no fault of your own, beyond being too good at your job. The orcs will sometimes capture people important to you as a way to ensure you will come fight them. They are not above using hostages, though not in a conventional sense. They do not threaten to execute captives. Rather, they advertise that they have captured your soldiers or your allies or your friends, knowing that you will come to rescue them because that is what you do. And when you arrive, the orcs have the fight they wanted. Even in captivity, being entertaining offers no real protection. Yes, Gazkul released Yarrick, but that was a specific choice by a specific warlord for a specific purpose. Other orcs might keep you as a permanent prisoner, bringing you out occasionally to fight in their arenas for entertainment or to test their best warriors. You become a living training dummy, forced to fight for orc amusement until you either die or stop being entertaining enough to preserve. The stories of what orcs do with prisoners they find boring make captivity as an entertaining prisoner seem almost preferable, but only almost. Boring prisoners become slaves, worked to death in orc mining operations or factories. They are beaten, starved, forced to labor in conditions that kill most humans within weeks or months. Some are eaten. Some are simply killed for fun when the orcs grow frustrated with their weakness. It is a miserable fate, but at least it usually ends relatively quickly. Being entertaining means your captivity lasts longer. You are valuable enough to feed, to keep in reasonable health, to preserve for future use. You might spend years as an orc captive, brought out to fight whenever your captors want entertainment. Some prisoners in this situation go mad. Others become so brutalized that they are barely human when finally rescued. The psychological damage of being kept as a pet gladiator for orcs who treat you as a favorite toy is difficult to quantify, but it is certainly severe. And if you do escape or get rescued, the cycle simply continues. The orcs that held you will want you back. Word will spread that you are free again. New war bosses will seek you out, wanting to test themselves against the legendary opponent they have heard so much about. Your escape is not freedom. It is just a brief intermission before the next hunt begins. Different factions respond to this attention in different ways, and their responses reveal much about both the factions and the orcs themselves. The Space Marines, with their genetically enhanced physiology and cultural emphasis on honor, often embrace being valued by orcs, at least to a degree. To an Astartes, being recognized as a worthy opponent by any enemy is a form of validation. It proves that they are fulfilling their purpose as the Emperor's finest warriors. Some chapters actively seek out famous orc warlords, viewing the challenge as a test of their skills and a way to prove their superiority. The Ultramarines approach orc attention with typical tactical precision. They recognize that being entertaining draws orc forces to predictable locations, which can be used to control the flow of battle. An Ultramarine commander who knows that orcs will come looking for him specifically can choose the ground for battle, prepare defenses accordingly, and turn orc aggression into a strategic advantage. This works, to a point, but it requires constant vigilance and perfect execution. One mistake, one lapse in preparation, and the orc horde overwhelms even the best defenses. The Space Wolves revel in orc attention. Their culture values personal glory and combat prowess, and being hunted by greenskins who consider them worthy opponents feeds directly into Space Wolf identity. They see orcs as similar to themselves in some ways, warriors who fight for the joy of fighting, who value strength and courage above cunning and subterfuge. A space wolf who becomes famous among the orcs wears that fame as a badge of honor, proof that he is a great warrior. Of course, this attitude also gets many space wolves killed when their enthusiasm for glorious combat leads them into situations even Astartes' physiology cannot survive. The Imperial Guard approaches the situation with more pragmatism and considerably more dread. A guard officer who attracts orc attention knows that this will bring suffering and death to the soldiers under their command. They do not have the advantage of post-human enhancement or power armor. When orcs come hunting for their commander, guardsmen die by the thousands trying to protect them. The burden of knowing that your fame is costing the lives of your soldiers weighs heavily on any commander with a conscience. Some guard officers request transfer to penal legions or suicide missions, preferring to die on their own terms rather than continue drawing orc attacks to regular forces. Others embrace their role as orc bait, using their notorious status to lure greenskin forces into traps that might not work against more cautious enemies. The death cause of Krieg, as mentioned earlier, simply do not care. If orcs want to fight them specifically, fine. The Kriegers will fight until they win or die, same as always. Their fatalistic culture views orc attention as just another aspect of their endless penance. Chaos forces respond to orc entertainment value in complex ways. Many Chaos Marines despise being valued by Xenos, viewing orc respect as an insult to their dark glory. They are warriors of the dark gods, chosen champions of powers beyond mortal understanding. They do not seek or want the approval of fungus-based primitives. When orcs hunt Chaos warbands specifically, the traitor Astartes often respond with excessive brutality, trying to demonstrate their superiority and discourage future attention. But some Chaos forces, particularly those devoted to Horn, understand orc psychology better. Horn values strength and martial prowess regardless of source. A Chaos warlord who attracts orc attention is, in the Blood God's view, simply a successful warrior drawing appropriate challenges. Fighting and defeating entertaining orcs can earn Khorne's favor, turning what seems like a disadvantage into a potential advantage. Of course, losing to said orcs brings only death and failure, so the risk remains high. Other Xeno species find themselves in similar situations, though their responses vary dramatically. The Eldar, with their speed and tactical flexibility, try to avoid becoming entertaining in the first place. They strike from ambush and disappear before the orcs can properly engage, preferring to be frustrating rather than fun. This sometimes works, but it also risks angering certain orc clans who will dedicate additional resources to hunting down the sneaky gits who refuse to fight properly. The Tau have perhaps the worst possible approach to being entertaining, because their entire military doctrine revolves around avoiding close combat in favor of superior ranged firepower. To orcs, the Tau are the ultimate example of cowards who refuse to fight properly, always shooting from a distance and retreating before proper melee can be joined. While individual Tau warriors can become entertaining through unexpected displays of close combat skill, the faction as a whole rarely earns orc respect. The Greenskins fight Tau because they are enemies, and because the challenge of getting close enough to crump them provides its own entertainment. But they do not value Tau as worthy opponents in the way they value others. Tyranids present a special case, because they are perhaps the only major faction that completely confuses orcs when it comes to the concept of entertainment. Tyranids do not have individual warriors with personalities and reputations. They are a collective consciousness, each organism a tool used by the hive mind and then discarded. You cannot become entertaining to Tyranids because there is no you on their side to be entertained. They do not care about your reputation or your skills. They simply assess whether you are a threat and respond with appropriate bioforms. But Tyranids do entertain orcs in a way. Fighting them provides a constant challenge, an endless variety of strange and dangerous creatures to crump. and battles where the enemy never retreats or surrenders. From the orc perspective, Tyranids are great enemies specifically because they strip away all the social complexities. There is no negotiation, no posturing, no politics, just pure, simple violence on a massive scale. Many orcs love fighting Tyranids for exactly this reason. The fact that the Tyranids do not reciprocate or even understand the concept of entertainment is irrelevant to orc enjoyment. Beyond the famous examples of Yarrick and Tusker, the annals of Imperial history contain numerous other cases of individuals who became entertaining to orcs and paid various prices for that distinction. These lesser-known stories illustrate the range of experiences that can follow from earning greenskin attention. Captain Arlo Kane of the 23rd Varden Rifles became famous among orcs in the Mordant sector after successfully defending a mining colony against a War, led by warboss Urgok the Unstoppable. Kane's creative use of mining explosives and tactical retreats through the colony's tunnel system frustrated the orcs for 3 weeks before Imperial reinforcements arrived. Urgok survived the battle and immediately began asking after the Humi boss, who made such a good fight. For the next 5 years, Urgok's Wach seemed to follow Kane's regiment across the sector, attacking whatever world the Vardens defended. Kane was killed during the defense of Hive Primus on Mordant 4, buried under rubble when an orc stomper collapsed a building. Urgok reportedly sulked for weeks afterward, angry that his favorite enemy died to stupid falling rocks rather than in proper combat. Commander Thrace of the Imperial Navy earned orc attention through void combat prowess. During the Battle of the Kalos Cluster, her aggressive boarding actions and willingness to ram orc vessels made her a legend among greenskin freebooters. For years afterward, orc pirate fleets would hunt for Daram Lady, hoping to capture her ship and test themselves against her personally. Thrace survived multiple such encounters, but her executive officers suffered a mortality rate 3 times higher than normal, as orcs targeted her flagship specifically. She eventually died of old age, still in service, having spent 30 years dodging orc attention. The unnamed commissar of the Harakoni Warhawks drop troops became entertaining almost by accident. During a combat drop onto an orc-held world, his grav chute failed and he plummeted directly into an orc mob, landing feet first on the head of a knob. Somehow surviving the impact, he emptied his bolt pistol into surrounding orcs, used his power sword to dispatch 2 more, and then was knocked unconscious by a lucky blow. The orcs, impressed by both his entrance and his fighting spirit, kept him alive. He spent 6 months as their captive before escaping during a Space Marine assault. By the time he returned to Imperial lines, the orcs called him Da Falin Git, and several war bosses offered significant rewards for his recapture. He requested and received assignment to a different war zone entirely, far from any worlds where his unintentional fame might cause problems. Sister Superior Dominica of the Order of Our Martyred Lady earned lasting orc enmity and respect through zealous application of flamers. Her tactics were simple but effective. Close to melee range, burn everything, accept no surrender, show no fear. The orcs loved it. Here was a Humi who understood that proper fighting meant getting close and personal. The fact that she was burning their boys to death was almost secondary to how enthusiastically she did it. After she burned an entire orc warband to death in their own camp, the surviving orcs made her a priority target. She died 3 years later, surrounded by greenskins, still swinging her chainsword after her flamer ran out of promethium. The orcs that killed her reportedly gave her a proper Bernie funeral out of respect, which for orcs is quite an honor. These stories, and countless others like them, play out across the galaxy constantly. Some last years, some only months. Some end in death, some in transfer to other war zones, a few in retirement, though never in true peace. Each illustrates the fundamental truth. Being entertaining to orcs changes everything about your service to the Imperium. You become marked, targeted, hunted. Your life expectancy drops even as your fame grows. You save lives through your skill while costing others through the attention you draw. The question inevitably arises, is there any way to escape orc attention once you have it? The answer is complicated and generally unsatisfying. You cannot simply stop being entertaining. Your reputation already exists in the collective orc consciousness. War bosses already know your name. The stories are already being told. You cannot unmake yourself as legend. Some attempt to fake their death, staging elaborate scenarios where it appears they fell in battle. This sometimes works for a time, allowing them to serve elsewhere under different names or in different roles. But orcs have surprisingly long memories when it comes to worthy opponents. Years or even decades later, an orc who witnessed your death might see you again and recognize you, blowing your cover. The word spreads quickly after that, and suddenly you're entertaining again, with the added bonus of having tried to escape, which makes the orcs even more interested. Others accept their fate and try to use it productively. If orcs will hunt you anyway, you can choose where and when they find you. This allows for some strategic flexibility. You become the bait in elaborate traps, the focal point around which defensive strategies are built. The Imperium recognizes your value in this role and structures deployments accordingly. You become a weapon specifically designed to attract and channel orc aggression, which is useful if deeply unpleasant for you personally. Some few manage to kill the specific orc that finds them most entertaining, and if that orc has not widely shared your name with other war bosses, the attention might die with them. This is rare because entertaining enough to be valuable usually means you are famous across multiple warbands, but occasionally you might earn the specific interest of one war boss who keeps you as a personal obsession. Killing that war boss ends the focused attention, though you may still face normal orc aggression based on your general reputation. The most reliable escape is simply dying for real. When you fall in battle and stay dead, the orcs eventually move on to other opponents. They will tell stories about you, sure, but those stories become history rather than current events. New enemies arise to entertain them. Your legend persists, but your actual persecution ends. Small comfort, but for some who live under constant orc attention, death might genuinely seem like a relief. All of which brings us to the final, darkest aspect of being entertaining to orcs. What happens when you are captured, and the orcs want to keep you indefinitely? Because while Ghazghkull released Yarrick for strategic reasons, and while some orcs view killing their favorite enemies as the ultimate culmination of their rivalry, others prefer to keep their entertainment close at hand, available whenever they want a good fight. Orc slavers exist, though slavery in greenskin culture is not quite the same as in human societies. Orcs enslave humans and other species primarily for labor, forcing captives to work in mines, factories and workshops that supply the War with resources and crude equipment. These slaves live short, brutal lives, beaten and starved, and worked until they die from exhaustion or accident or deliberate cruelty when they are no longer useful. But entertaining prisoners receive different treatment. Not better treatment necessarily, but different. They are fed adequately, kept in reasonable physical condition, even given medical attention after injuries. The orcs want them healthy enough to fight, after all. They are brought out periodically to battle in makeshift arenas, fighting other prisoners, or particularly ambitious orc boys looking to test themselves. They might be forced to train orcs in tactics or combat techniques, beating into orc skulls whatever clever tricks made them entertaining in the first place. This can last years, even decades, for particularly valued prisoners. The psychological impact is devastating. You are kept as a pet, a toy, something the orcs own and use for their amusement. Whatever dignity you once possessed erodes under the constant humiliation of being entertainment. You fight because refusing means beatings or starvation. You perform because the alternative is worse. And through it all, you know that escape is nearly impossible, that rescue is unlikely, that this might be your existence until you finally die. Some prisoners break mentally, becoming hollow shells that mechanically fight when commanded, but show no initiative or personality. The orcs usually kill these broken prisoners, disgusted by how boring they have become. Others turn feral, their sanity fracturing under the strain until they attack anything that approaches with mindless aggression. The orcs find this entertaining too, at least for a while, though feral prisoners rarely last long. They fight recklessly, taking unnecessary wounds, dying in stupid ways that frustrate their captors. A few, very few, manage to escape. They do so through cunning, by waiting for opportunities, by convincing the orcs that they have become too weak or boring to be worth guarding closely. Then they flee during the chaos of battle or when the Warg moves to new territory. These escapees are never the same. The trauma of extended captivity marks them permanently, even if they return to Imperial service. Even if they are welcomed as heroes for surviving such ordeal, they carry the psychological scars forever. And sometimes, in the darkest cases, prisoners who are entertaining become entertaining in a different way. They give up. They stop fighting. They become what the orcs want them to be, accepting their role as permanent entertainment because the alternative, constant futile resistance, is too exhausting to maintain. These prisoners might live longest of all, serving their orc captors faithfully, fighting in their arenas, training their warriors, becoming trusted enough to move relatively freely within the Warg camp. They are collaborators, in a sense, though it is hard to judge them harshly for doing whatever necessary to survive. The Imperium has complex policies regarding entertaining prisoners who are rescued or escape. On one hand, these are heroes who survived impossible circumstances, who endured what would break lesser humans, who maintained their usefulness to the enemy which kept them alive. They deserve honor and recognition. On the other hand, they are liabilities. Their presence draws orc attention. Their psychological damage might make them unreliable in future combat. Their knowledge of orc camps and tactics might have been extracted under duress, making it potentially tainted. Some are welcomed back into service with full honors. Others are quietly transferred to non-combat roles, their combat days considered finished. A few are interrogated extensively by the Inquisition, suspected of Xenos corruption or collaboration even when no actual betrayal occurred. The mere fact of surviving extended orc captivity makes you suspicious in some circles, as if there must be some explanation beyond luck and toughness for your continued existence. Perhaps the strangest aspect of all this is how being entertaining to orcs sometimes creates a twisted form of shared understanding. Not friendship, exactly, not even mutual respect in any conventional sense, but something. Warriors who have fought the same opponent multiple times across years or decades develop a relationship, even when that relationship consists entirely of trying to kill each other. They learn each other's patterns, anticipate each other's tactics, recognize each other's capabilities. Yarrick and Gazkul reached this point. The warlord genuinely seemed to care, in his limited orc way, about Yarrick's well-being. He released the commissar so they could fight again properly. He grew angry when other orcs tried to claim Yarrick as their kill. He shaped his campaigns partly around the joy of matching wits with his favorite enemy. Was this affection? Not as humans understand the term, but it was something more than simple enmity. From Yarrick's perspective, he understood Gazkul better than perhaps any other human. He knew how the warlord thought, what tactics he preferred, how to anticipate his strategies. This knowledge came from fighting the same enemy repeatedly across decades. They were bound together by their conflict, each shaping the other's legacy, each becoming famous partly because of their rivalry with the other. Had they met in different circumstances, in a different universe, well, they still would have been enemies. That much was certain. But enemies can understand each other, even respect each other, while still being absolutely committed to each other's destruction. This strange, almost relationship appears in other examples too. Captain Kane and Warboss Urgok never spoke, never acknowledged each other directly, but their tactical choices showed awareness of each other's capabilities. Sister Dominica and the Warboss, who eventually killed her, circled each other for years, each victory raising the stakes, each battle increasing their respective reputations. The Orc, who called the captured commissar Dafalin Git, clearly viewed him with something approaching fondness, even while keeping him prisoner and forcing him to fight for entertainment. These bonds, if they can be called that, represent something profound about the Orc psyche. For all their simplicity, for all their single-minded focus on violence, Orcs are social creatures with complex relationships and clear hierarchies. They recognize excellence when they see it, even in enemies. They value strength, courage, and fighting spirit regardless of species. An enemy who displays these qualities transcends being merely a target and becomes something more valuable, a source of genuine entertainment, which to an Orc is among the highest compliments possible. From the human perspective, this is cold comfort. Being valued by Orcs means being hunted by them. Being respected by them means never knowing peace. The relationship is fundamentally predatory, with the Orcs as predator and you as particularly interesting prey. They might keep you alive longer than they would keep others. They might speak your name with something approaching reverence, but they will still try to kill you, capture you, or make your life miserable, because that is what Orcs do. It is what they are. And if you happen to make the process entertaining for them, well, that just makes it all the more enjoyable from their perspective. The Imperium trains its soldiers to fight Orcs, to understand their tactics and exploit their weaknesses. But perhaps nowhere in the training manuals does it discuss what to do if you become entertaining. How do you handle being hunted across multiple war zones by greenskins who value you as their favorite opponent? What strategies exist for managing unwanted Orc attention? The answer is that there are no good strategies, only bad options and worse options. You can try to disappoint them, fighting badly enough that they lose interest, but this means letting other humans die, failing in your duty, betraying everything the Imperium stands for. Most cannot bring themselves to deliberately fail, even to escape Orc attention. Your training, your instincts, your oath of service all compel you to fight as effectively as possible, which means continuing to be entertaining. You can request assignment to wars against other enemies, hoping to avoid Orcs entirely. But the Imperium has infinite need of competent commanders, and if you are good at fighting greenskins, you will be sent to fight greenskins. Your expertise is valuable. The Imperium does not care about your personal preferences when billions of lives hang in the balance. And besides, Orc wars have a way of appearing where they are least wanted. Even if you transfer to a war zone that should be Orc-free, there is no guarantee the greenskins will not show up anyway, drawn by some unrelated conflict, or simply following rumors of your presence. You can embrace it, using your notorious status to further the Imperium's goals. Many decorated officers have done exactly this, accepting that they will always be Orc bait, and using that to advantage. If greenskins will come looking for you anyway, you can choose favorable ground, prepare elaborate defenses, set traps that turn Orc aggression into an advantage. This works sometimes. It also means accepting that your entire career, possibly your entire remaining life, will be defined by this role. You become the Orc fighter, the greenskin slayer, defined entirely by your entertainment value to the enemy. Whatever you choose, the reality remains. Once you become fun to the Orcs, you are marked permanently. Your name enters their collective consciousness and spreads through the Wow! Like a virus. War bosses you have never met know who you are. Boys who have never seen you fight want the chance to test themselves against you. You become legend, which sounds glorious but is actually horrifying when the legends are being told by creatures who want to hunt you. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, and for those unfortunate souls who become entertaining to the Orcs, that war becomes deeply, terribly personal. They cannot escape it, cannot retire from it. cannot find peace in a galaxy that offers precious little peace to anyone. They fight, they survive, they become famous for their survival, which makes them more valuable, which makes the orcs hunt them harder, which means they must fight more. An endless cycle of combat and pursuit, of being valued in the worst possible way by the galaxy's most enthusiastic killers. Is there honor in this? Perhaps. The Imperium certainly tries to frame it that way, speaking of chosen warriors whom even the Xenos recognize as exceptional. Propaganda paintings show decorated officers surrounded by defeated orcs, brave heroes who inspire fear and respect even among the enemy. These images conveniently omit the less glorious aspects, the sleepless nights wondering when the next attack will come, the guilt over soldiers who die because your presence drew the enemy, the psychological toll of being hunted for years on end. Is there value in this? Strategically, yes. Officers who draw orc attention can be used to control enemy movement, to predict where attacks will fall, to prepare defenses accordingly. The Imperium is ruthlessly practical, and it will use every advantage available, including commanders whose notoriety makes them tactical assets. But the personal cost to those commanders is rarely discussed in strategic planning sessions. They are tools, however valuable, and tools exist to be used. Is there anything positive about being entertaining to orcs? It is hard to say. You live longer than you might otherwise, spared by enemies who want to fight you again. You achieve a form of immortality, your name remembered by both Imperial records and orc legends. You test yourself against some of the most dangerous creatures in the galaxy and prove yourself worthy through simple survival. These are not nothing, but they are cold comfort when you are being hunted across the stars by creatures who view your existence as the galaxy's finest entertainment. In the end, being entertaining to orcs is perhaps the strangest curse the 41st millennium can offer. Not immediate death like facing Tyranids, not corruption like encountering chaos, not the clean oblivion of fighting Necrons. Instead, it is a curse of recognition, of being seen and valued by an enemy in ways you never wanted. It is the curse of being good enough at your job that the enemy wants you to keep doing it, forever, for their amusement. It is the curse of being hunted by an enemy that genuinely, in their own, twisted way, appreciates you. If you find yourself in combat against orcs, fight well but not too well. Be competent but not exceptional. Win your battles, but do not make the orcs enjoy losing to you. Above all, do not stand out. Do not become memorable. Do not give them reason to talk about you around their campfires and in their war camps. Because once they start talking about you, once your name spreads through the once you become known as someone who provides a proper scrap, your life is no longer entirely your own. You become their favorite enemy, their prized opponent, their scumgrod. And in being valued by the orcs, you lose something precious that you can never reclaim, the ability to simply be left alone. This is what happens when orcs think you are fun. This is the price of being entertaining to creatures who exist only for entertainment through violence. This is the fate that awaits those unfortunate enough to be too good at fighting greenskins, too skilled at surviving their attacks, too memorable to be forgotten. It is a fate worse than simple death, because it is a fate that never ends until death finally claims you. And even then, even in death, the orcs will remember. They will tell stories about the Humiboss, or the pointy-eared Git, or the armored Beaky, who gave them such good fights. Your legend persists among the very enemies who hunted you, a final indignity that outlasts your mortal life. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. And for those who become entertaining, there is only one war, repeated endlessly, personal and unrelenting. It is the war against enemies who respect you enough to never let you go, who value you too much to let you rest, who find you too entertaining to simply kill and move on. It is the war of being fun to the orcs, and it is a war that only ends when you do. If you enjoyed this deep dive into one of Warhammer 40k's most uniquely terrible fates, please like this video and subscribe to the channel for more explorations of the lore. What other aspects of orc psychology would you like to see covered? What other factions have similar relationships with their enemies? Let me know in the comments. Until next time, may you fight well enough to survive, but not so well that you become entertaining. In the grim darkness of the far future, anonymity is a blessing few recognize until it is gone. The augur readings made no sense. Magos explorator Vex 7 had surveyed hundreds of dead worlds in his 3 centuries of service to the Omnissiah, but he'd never encountered mineral resonance patterns quite like these. The planet designated TX-779 appeared on all scans as a lifeless ball of rust-colored sand and shattered rock, another forgotten casualty of time's relentless passage. Yet deep beneath that barren surface, his instruments detected geometric anomalies. Perfect right angles where nature preferred curves, vast hollow spaces that formed chambers rather than caverns, and strangest of all, faint energy signatures that pulsed with mathematical precision, like the heartbeat of some sleeping god. Vex 7 filed his initial report with cautious optimism. Perhaps this was an ancient human colony from the dark age of technology. Perhaps they would discover functional STC templates or forgotten manufacturing protocols. Perhaps this would be the discovery that elevated him to Archmagos. He authorized the deployment of excavation servitors and activated the ground-penetrating surveyor equipment. What Magos Vex 7 could not have known, what no amount of Imperial technology could have warned him about, was that his first scan had triggered something far below. Ancient protocols, dormant for 60 million years, flickered to life in response to the electromagnetic probing. Deep within the planet's core, in chambers that existed partially outside normal space-time, maintenance routines began their assessment. The tomb mind of TX-779 registered the surface activity and initiated defensive protocols. Canoptek scarabs stirred in their alcoves, tomb spiders powered their anti-gravitic engines, and in stasis crypts extending for hundreds of kilometers in every direction, the first Necron warriors began the slow process of reanimation. Vex 7 and his expedition team had 72 hours before the screaming started. This is what happens when you discover a Necron tomb world. And in the grim darkness of the far future, this discovery is being made with increasing frequency across the galaxy. Thousands of Imperial worlds, some settled for millennia, exist in blissful ignorance of the ancient machinery buried beneath their cities and farmlands. Adeptus Mechanicus expeditions probe the surfaces of supposedly dead planets, seeking archaeotech and alien relics. Miners dig deeper into mountainsides, chasing ore veins toward depths they were never meant to reach. Planetary governors approve construction projects that drive foundation pilings into substrata that have remained undisturbed since before humanity learned to walk upright. And with each incursion, with each disturbance of the ancient silence, the Necrons awaken. Not all at once. Not with the coordinated fury of a fully mobilized star empire, but piece by piece, tomb by tomb, dynasty by dynasty, they are returning. The skeletal legions that once ruled the galaxy, that made war against gods and won, are stirring from their long slumber. And they remember. They remember that this galaxy was theirs. They remember the empire they built across the stars. And they fully intend to reclaim what they believe is rightfully their dominion. To understand what happens when a Necron tomb world is discovered, we must first understand what these tombs are and why they exist. We must comprehend the scale of the threat they represent and the sheer impossibility of the technology they contain. We must recognize that these are not merely ancient burial sites or dormant installations. These are military installations of a civilization that achieved technological supremacy over the galaxy 60 million years before the Imperium of Man drew its first breath. These are the sleeping fortresses of a species that shed their mortal forms to achieve immortality, only to discover that eternal existence might be the cruelest fate of all. The story of the Necron tomb worlds begins not in the present age of the 41st millennium, but in an epoch so distant that it predates all current galactic civilizations. It begins with the Necrontyr, a species of flesh and blood who lived short, brutal lives under the harsh radiation of dying suns. Unlike humanity, who spread across worlds bathed in the light of stable stars, the Necrontyr evolved on worlds poisoned by solar radiation. Their lives were characterized by constant suffering, by cancers that riddled their flesh and genetic damage that ensured each generation was weaker than the last. They gazed up at the stars, not with wonder, but with envy and rage, seeing in those distant lights the promise of peace that would forever be denied them. In their desperation to escape their cursed existence, the Necrontyr turned their considerable intellect toward the development of technology. They became masters of material science and physics. They mapped the fundamental forces of the universe and learned to manipulate them with precision that would make even the most accomplished tech priests of Mars weep with jealousy. They built an empire that spanned the galaxy, not through the warp as other species would later do, but through the simple application of physics, so advanced it might as well have been sorcery. Yet for all their achievements, they could not solve the one problem that mattered most to them. They could not escape death. The Necrontyr's search for immortality led them into contact with beings of immense power, creatures that fed upon the electromagnetic radiation of stars themselves. These beings, whom the Necrontyr called the Satan or star gods, seemed to offer a solution. Through a process called biotransference, the Satan promised to transfer the consciousness of every Necrontyr into bodies of living metal, granting them the immortality they so desperately sought. What the Necrontyr could not comprehend, what their desperation blinded them to, was the true cost of this transformation. When they emerged from the Kjolnthn, furnaces of biotransference, they discovered they had not achieved immortality, but had instead damned themselves to an existence worse than the death they feared. The living metal bodies they now inhabited were indeed immortal and impervious to the decay that had plagued their organic forms. But something essential had been lost in the transfer. The Necrontyr had possessed souls, that ineffable quality that made them more than just thinking machines. Those souls, that vital spark of consciousness that connected them to the deeper currents of the universe, had been consumed by the Satan as payment for the transformation. What remained were beings that could think and act, but could not truly feel. They retained their memories and their skills, their tactical acumen and their ambition. But the emotions that had driven them, the passions and fears and loves that had made life worth living, even in the shadow of death, those were gone forever. In their new forms, the Necrons became the most devastating military force the galaxy had ever seen. They waged war against the Old Ones, an ancient race of powerful psychic beings who had refused to share the secret of immortality with the Necrontyr. This conflict, known as the War in Heaven, literally tore the fabric of reality and created the roiling nightmare dimension that would eventually become the realm of chaos. The Necrons proved unstoppable, their living metal bodies capable of self-repair, their weapons able to strip matter apart at the atomic level, their technology so advanced that it seemed to violate the fundamental laws of physics. But even victory came at a terrible price. The War in Heaven had damaged the galaxy beyond measure. The Empyrean realm, once calm and suitable for travel, had become a hellscape of demons and malevolent entities. The Old Ones were destroyed, but the damage they had caused in their desperate attempt at survival would echo through the ages. And worse still, the Necrons realized they had been deceived and enslaved by the very Catan they had worshipped. The Star Gods saw their mechanical servants not as allies, but as tools to be used and discarded once their usefulness had ended. The Silent King, the supreme ruler of all Necron dynasties, orchestrated a rebellion against their Catan masters. In a conflict that reshaped worlds and snuffed out stars, the Necrons shattered their gods into fragments and bound those fragments within tesseract labyrinths, prisons from which not even beings of near infinite power could escape. But the effort left the Necrons exhausted. and facing a galaxy fundamentally changed from the one they had sought to conquer. New species were emerging, races with the potential to one day threaten even the Necron's supremacy. And the warp storms caused by the war in heaven made conventional galactic travel nearly impossible. Faced with these circumstances, the Silent King made a decision that would echo through the ages. The Necrons would enter into a period of dormancy, a great sleep, that would allow the galaxy time to heal and new civilizations to rise and fall. When they awakened, the warp storms would have subsided, and their enemies would be primitives easily swept aside. They would reclaim their rightful place as masters of the galaxy, not through desperate warfare, but through methodical, overwhelming superiority. To facilitate this plan, the Silent King commanded that tomb complexes be constructed on millions of worlds across the galaxy. These would be no ordinary crypts, but vast underground installations capable of sustaining their inhabitants through millions of years of stasis. Every precaution was taken, every contingency planned for. Automated systems would maintain the tombs during the long sleep. Canoptech constructs would perform repairs and guard against intrusion. And when the time came to awaken, the process would be orderly and systematic, beginning with the lesser Necrons and gradually progressing to the noble houses and their overlords. In approximately the 800s in the 40th millennium, 60 million years after entering their great sleep, the Necrons began to stir. The awakening was far from the orderly process that had been planned. Millennia had taken their toll on even the most sophisticated technology. Some tomb worlds had been destroyed by cosmic disasters, their inhabitants lost forever to the void. Others had suffered catastrophic malfunctions, their Necrons awakening with their consciousness scattered, or their hierarchies broken beyond repair. And still others awoke to discover their worlds occupied by younger species, who had built civilizations on ground that the Necrons considered their ancestral territory. Yet despite these setbacks, the awakening continued. Tomb after tomb came online. Dynasty after dynasty stirred from slumber. And with each awakening, the galaxy became that much more dangerous for every other species struggling to survive in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium. The Necron tomb worlds themselves represent perhaps the greatest achievement of their ancient civilization. These are not simple bunkers or underground shelters, but rather massive installations that stretch for hundreds of kilometers beneath the planet's surface. The architecture of a tomb world reflects principles of physics and engineering that remain far beyond the understanding of the Imperium's tech priests. Chambers exist that are larger on the inside than their external dimensions should allow. Corridors extend through space that should not exist according to conventional geometry. Energy flows through conduits made of materials that seem to violate thermodynamics by never degrading or losing efficiency. The tomb complexes are typically organized in a hierarchical structure that mirrors the rigid caste system of Necron society. At the deepest levels lie the stasis crypts of the noble houses, vast chambers where overlords and pharaohs sleep in ornate sarcophagi of black stone and living metal. These chambers are works of art, as much as functional spaces, decorated with glyphs that record the deeds and honors of their occupants. Above these noble crypts lie the quarters of the royal guards and elite warriors, the Lich Guard and Immortals, who served as the dynasty's most trusted soldiers. Higher still are the endless halls where the Necron warriors slumber. Millions upon millions of these basic soldiers arranged in perfect geometric patterns that extend into darkness so complete that even advanced optics struggle to penetrate it. Throughout these tomb complexes run the systems that maintain the Great Sleep. Power conduits pulse with energy drawn from the planet's core or from exotic sources that tap into the fundamental forces of the universe. Stasis fields flicker around each sleeping Necron, holding them in temporal suspension where entropy moves at a fraction of its normal pace. Data streams flow through crystalline matrices, carrying status reports and maintenance logs that update themselves every microsecond. And in the spaces between the major chambers, the Canoptech constructs patrol endlessly, their artificial intelligences driven by programming that has not wavered in 60 million years. Tomb worlds are generally categorized into 3 distinct types, each reflecting the importance of that world to its dynasty. Crown worlds represent the absolute pinnacle of Necron tomb construction. These were once the seats of power for entire dynasties, the hub worlds from which vast territories were administered and controlled. The tomb complexes on Crown worlds were built with unlimited resources and the finest craftsmanship the Necrontire civilization could provide. Their stasis systems are virtually flawless, their power reserves seemingly inexhaustible. When Crown worlds awaken, they do so with their inhabitants in near-perfect condition, their hierarchies intact, and their war machines fully functional. The Soltec dynasty's Crown world of Mandragora represents perhaps the finest example of this type, having awakened with its forces so well preserved that Pharaon Imhotep the Stormlord was able to immediately begin coordinating military operations across multiple sectors. Core worlds form the bulk of Necron tomb installations scattered throughout the galaxy. These were the primary inhabited worlds of each dynasty, the planets where the majority of the Necrontire population lived and worked. While not as grand as the Crown worlds, core worlds were still constructed with considerable care and allocated significant resources. Their tomb complexes are extensive and well maintained, capable of preserving millions of Necrons through the Great Sleep. Most core worlds wake with their forces largely intact, though they may experience higher rates of degradation among their warrior class and occasional malfunctions in their command hierarchies. Nevertheless, an awakening core world represents a significant military threat to any nearby civilizations. Fringe worlds occupy the lowest tier of the Necron tomb hierarchy. These were the distant outposts and newly colonized territories of the ancient Necrontire Empire, worlds that received minimal resources and attention when the tomb complexes were being constructed. The stasis facilities on fringe worlds are often inferior in quality, built quickly and with less sophisticated technology than their Crown world or core world counterparts. As a result, fringe worlds experience the highest rates of catastrophic failure during the Great Sleep. Many wake to discover large portions of their population degraded into mindless automatons. Their hierarchies are often fragmented, with junior nobles forced to assume command when their superiors fail to revive. Yet, even a partially functional fringe world represents a deadly threat, for even degraded Necrons possess technology far beyond what most younger species can counter. The physical characteristics of Necron tomb worlds follow certain patterns, though exceptions exist. Many tomb worlds appear as barren desert planets, their surfaces scoured by time into endless expanses of rust-colored sand and wind-carved rock formations. Whether this barrenness resulted from the Necrons deliberately sterilizing their worlds before entering the Great Sleep, or whether these harsh environments were simply preferred by the ancient Necron tier, remains a subject of debate among imperial scholars. What is certain is that these desolate landscapes serve the Necrons' purposes well. Few other species find such worlds appealing for colonization, allowing the tomb complexes beneath to remain undisturbed. And when awakening does occur, the lack of native life forms means the Necrons can focus their initial efforts on eliminating the specific threats that disturb their slumber, rather than dealing with planetary-scale conflicts against entrenched populations. However, not all tomb worlds appear dead and barren. Some exist beneath worlds that appear entirely ordinary, their tomb complexes buried so deep or shielded so effectively that they leave no trace on the surface. These hidden tomb worlds represent perhaps the greatest danger to the Imperium, for they can exist beneath long-settled planets where millions or even billions of humans have built their lives completely unaware of the ancient machinery sleeping below them. In some cases, the tomb complexes exist in pocket dimensions, accessed through points in normal space, a feat of dimensional engineering that remains completely beyond imperial understanding. In these instances, the physical structures of the tomb exist parallel to normal reality, occupying the same coordinates, but separated by a thin barrier between dimensions. Only when the awakening protocols activate do these pocket dimensions begin to merge with normal space, allowing the Necrons to emerge into the world they once claimed as their own. The hidden nature of many tomb worlds was a deliberate choice made during their construction. 60 million years ago, when the Great Sleep began, the galaxy was home to the Eldari civilization at the height of its power. The ancient Eldari, not yet fragmented into the various factions that exist in the current age, possessed significant military capability and had participated in the war in heaven as inheritors of the Old One's legacy. The Necrons recognized that leaving their tomb worlds obvious and exposed would invite attacks from these old enemies. Thus, many tomb complexes were designed specifically to avoid detection, hidden beneath layers of rock and shielded with technologies that rendered them invisible to most forms of scanning. This strategy proved largely successful. For millions of years, the sleeping Necrons remained undisturbed while the galaxy changed around them. But in the current age, with new civilizations pushing into every corner of known space, these ancient hiding places are being uncovered with increasing frequency. The discovery of a Necron tomb world typically begins in one of several ways. The most common scenario involves Adeptus Mechanicus explorator teams conducting surveys of seemingly dead or abandoned worlds. The tech priests of Mars possess an insatiable hunger for ancient technology and lost knowledge. They dispatch expeditions to the furthest reaches of the galaxy, to systems that haven't been visited in millennia, or to planets that register as lifeless on long-range scans. These expeditions are hunting for archaeotech, the precious technological relics of humanity's lost golden age. They seek standard template construct databases, functional plasma reactors, weapons that utilize principles no longer understood. What they often find instead are the tomb complexes of a species whose technological achievements make even the greatest accomplishments of the dark age of technology seem primitive by comparison. The initial signs of a tomb world's presence are subtle. Survey equipment detects unusual mineral compositions or unexpected energy signatures deep beneath the surface. Ground-penetrating scans reveal vast hollow spaces where natural cavern formation would be impossible. Geologic assessments identify building materials that should not exist on worlds of a particular type. These anomalies excite the explorator teams, suggesting the presence of advanced civilizations and promising significant archaeological value. Authorization is granted for deeper investigation. Excavation begins. And with the first deep probe, or the first breach of an outer chamber, the tomb world's defensive protocols activate. In other cases, discovery comes not through deliberate exploration, but through the mundane requirements of colonization. An imperial mining operation, seeking valuable minerals to feed the Imperium's endless hunger for raw materials, drives shafts deeper into a mountain range. The miners break through into a chamber of black stone and living metal, their drill bits passing through walls that were ancient when Earth's dinosaurs still roamed. Or a planetary governor seeking to expand a growing city approves a construction project that requires deep foundations. The pilings are driven down through sediment and bedrock until they pierce the outer shell of a tomb complex that has remained sealed for millions of years. In these scenarios, the people responsible for the discovery have no context for what they've found. They see strange alien architecture and unusual materials. They perhaps marvel at the craftsmanship or speculate about the civilization that built these structures. And then the Canoptek scarabs emerge from the darkness, and the screaming begins. A third, particularly insidious form of discovery occurs when tomb worlds awaken on their own initiative, following programming laid down millions of years ago. The tomb complexes operate according to chronostat protocols, internal timing mechanisms that were supposed to coordinate the awakening across multiple worlds. These chronostats were never perfect, and 60 million years of operation has introduced significant drift in their accuracy. Some tomb worlds awake far earlier than planned, their inhabitants emerging into a galaxy still roiling with conflict and inhabited by civilizations at the height of their power. Others sleep far longer than intended, their awakening delayed by malfunctions or damage until circumstances have significantly changed. And some never awaken at all, their chronostats having failed completely, leaving their inhabitants trapped in eternal stasis or degraded into non-functional remnants. Regardless of how the discovery occurs, the response from the tomb complex follows predictable patterns. The first stage involves the activation of the canoptek constructs, the autonomous machines that serve as the tomb's maintenance crews and initial defense force. These constructs have remained active throughout the Great Sleep, performing repairs and monitoring systems without pause. They are not true artificial intelligences in the way that term might be understood by the Adeptus Mechanicus, but rather sophisticated programs capable of adapting to circumstances within defined parameters. When sensors detect intrusion or damage to the tomb complex, the canoptek constructs shift from their maintenance protocols to defensive configurations. The canoptek scarabs typically respond first. These small beetle-like machines exist in vast swarms, numbering in the millions throughout even modest tomb complexes. Each individual scarab measures perhaps 30 centimeters in length, its silver carapace gleaming in the darkness as internal power sources activate. The scarabs possess the terrifying ability to consume almost any material, organic or inorganic, breaking it down at the molecular level and converting it into energy. A single scarab is a nuisance. A dozen can strip a human to bones in seconds. A swarm numbering in the thousands becomes an unstoppable tide of chittering death that can consume tanks, fortifications, and entire formations of soldiers. The sound of the scarabs is often the first indication that something has gone catastrophically wrong. Those who have survived encounters with awakening tomb worlds report hearing a high-pitched chittering, like billions of mandibles clicking against one another. The sound starts distant and grows steadily louder. Those who hear it have only moments to flee. The swarms burst from hidden passages and newly opened breaches in the tomb walls. They flow across surfaces like liquid metal, defying gravity as they skitter up walls and across ceilings. They fill corridors so completely that the air itself seems to turn silver with their presence. And anything caught in their path is simply consumed, reduced to component atoms and absorbed as fuel for the swarm's continued operation. Behind the scarab swarms come the canoptek spiders, massive arachnoid constructs that serve as overseers and coordinators for the tomb's defensive systems. Each spider stands perhaps 3 meters tall, its body a rounded carapace supported by multiple articulated legs. Anti-gravitic engines allow these constructs to move with surprising speed and agility, despite their bulk. The spiders direct the scarab swarms with machine efficiency, coordinating attacks and identifying threats based on assessment algorithms that have been refined over millions of years. More than simple combat units, the spiders also serve as mobile repair stations, capable of fabricating new scarabs as needed and performing emergency maintenance on tomb systems damaged during awakening. Watching a canoptek spider work is witnessing alien intelligence in action. These constructs demonstrate problem-solving capabilities that suggest something beyond mere programming. They adapt to changing circumstances, redirect resources based on tactical assessment, and coordinate with other spiders to create emergent behaviors greater than the sum of their individual actions. When 3 spiders operate in concert, one assumes overall command, linking its processing capacity with the others to form a gestalt intelligence. This collective mind can coordinate defensive operations across vast sections of a tomb complex, directing scarabs to plug breaches, while simultaneously engaging threats and maintaining critical systems. Intruders who believed they faced simple machines quickly discover their error when confronting spiders capable of this level of coordination. The Canoptek wraiths add another dimension to the tomb's defensive capability. These constructs phase in and out of normal space, their dimensional displacement generators allowing them to pass through solid matter as if it did not exist. Wraiths hunt intruders with predatory efficiency, emerging from walls or floors to strike with whips of living metal before phasing back into immaterial states. They are nearly impossible to target with conventional weapons and can bypass any physical barrier. Survival against wraiths requires either weapons specifically designed to target phasing technology or the ability to predict where they will emerge and strike in the brief moment when they exist fully in real space. Most defenders possess neither capability. While the Canoptek constructs engage immediate threats, deeper systems within the tomb complex assess the situation and determine appropriate responses. This assessment is performed by what the Imperium calls the Tomb Mind, or Deep Spirit, a master control program that oversees all tomb operations during the Great Sleep. The Tomb Mind is not conscious in any meaningful sense, but rather represents an extremely sophisticated expert system, a program designed to handle contingencies and make decisions based on extensive parameters. It monitors thousands of data streams simultaneously, evaluating everything from structural integrity to power reserves to threat assessment. The Tomb Mind's responses follow programmed escalation protocols. Minor disturbances, such as natural seismic activity or small-scale intrusions, merit only basic defensive responses. Canoptek constructs are dispatched to address the issue while the rest of the tomb remains in stasis. But more significant threats trigger increasingly aggressive countermeasures. The Tomb Mind begins calculating the scale of forces necessary to eliminate the threat and initiates the awakening of appropriate military units. This is where the true horror begins. This is when the tomb world transforms from an archaeological curiosity into a fully operational military installation populated by an army of immortal robotic warriors. The awakening process itself unfolds in stages, each carefully orchestrated to minimize risk and maximize effectiveness. The lowest tiers of Necron society wake first. In the vast halls where millions of Necron warriors have slumbered, stasis fields begin to deactivate. The process is gradual, energy flowing back into dormant systems in carefully regulated pulses. Within each warrior, ancient circuitry comes back online. Optical sensors flicker to life, motor functions initialize, and consciousness, that spark of awareness that has endured 60 million years of dreamless sleep, stirs and returns. The Necron warriors are the most basic units of their military hierarchy, the common soldiers who once formed the bulk of the Necron tier armies and who retained that role after biotransference. During their transformation, the warriors lost the most to the transfer process. Their personalities were largely erased, their memories reduced to fragmentary impressions. What remains are beings capable of following orders and executing tactical protocols, but possessing little individual initiative or self-awareness. They wake to find themselves in bodies they no longer fully understand, motivated by programming they cannot question, serving purposes they can barely remember. Yet for all that has been taken from them, the warriors remain fearsome combatants. They wake armed with Gauss flayers, the standard infantry weapons of the Necron legions, and they retain the tactical knowledge encoded into their engrams during the biotransference. As more warriors wake and form into their units, the tomb complex begins to resemble a military base coming to alert status. Formations assemble with mechanical precision. Equipment checks are performed through processes so automated, they occur below the level of conscious thought. Command hierarchies reassert themselves as squad leaders, and unit commanders wake and begin coordinating their forces. All of this happens with minimal communication, the warriors moving with the synchronized efficiency of a single organism, rather than an army of individuals. They flow through the tomb complex toward assigned positions, preparing to face whatever threats the tomb mind has identified. The next tier to wake consists of the immortals, elite infantry who retained more of their personality and capability through the biotransference process. Where warriors are essentially programmable automatons, immortals possess actual individual identity and the capacity for independent thought. They wake with memories intact and purpose clear. An immortal remembers who they were before the Great Sleep. They remember campaigns fought and victories won. And they wake with the absolute certainty that their dynasty must be restored to glory regardless of the cost. The immortals arm themselves with Gauss blasters, more powerful variants of the warrior's weapons, and they assume command positions throughout the waking military forces. As the lower tiers complete their awakening, the tomb's noble houses begin to stir. This process moves more slowly, for the revivification of a Necron lord or overlord requires significantly more care than waking a warrior. The nobles retained the most of their original personalities during biotransference, including their ambitions, their vanities, and their often complex political machinations. They wake gradually, their consciousness expanding into their metallic bodies like a person emerging from a particularly deep sleep. Disorientation is common in these early moments. The nobles struggle to reconcile their memories of the old flesh with the reality of their new forms. They search through data looms to understand how much time has passed and what circumstances led to their awakening. The personality and priorities of the tomb world's ruling overlord, or pharaoh, defines everything that follows. Some nobles wake pragmatic and focused, immediately taking stock of their situation and beginning to plan their response. Others wake paranoid or erratic, their consciousness damaged by millions of years in stasis or by malfunctions in their restoration. Still others wake furious at having been disturbed, viewing the very existence of other species on what they consider their rightful territory as an insult that must be avenged. The variability in noble responses means that no two tomb worlds wake the same way. One might immediately seek to negotiate, willing to coexist with the current inhabitants if appropriate tribute is paid. Another might immediately order the total annihilation of all life on the planet's surface, viewing the younger species as vermin that must be exterminated before the true work of restoration can begin. Throughout this awakening process, the cryptechs serve as specialists and advisors to the noble houses. These are Necrons who retained their scientific knowledge and technical expertise through biotransference, the engineers and theorists who understood the mechanisms underlying their civilization's greatest achievements. Cryptechs wake with their knowledge intact and immediately begin assessing the tomb systems. They evaluate power reserves and structural integrity. They analyze the threat profiles uploaded by the canoptech constructs. They calculate the most efficient responses to the current situation. Some cryptechs specialize in specific domains. Chronomancers manipulate time itself, speeding allies or slowing enemies. Plasmancers wield solar energies as weapons. Psychomancers project madness and terror into the minds of their foes. Each brings unique capabilities to the waking dynasty's arsenal. The Necron military doctrine for dealing with awakening threats follows a principle of measured escalation. Initial responses deploy only as much force as the tomb mind calculates necessary to eliminate the immediate danger. If a handful of explorers have breached the outer chambers, then perhaps only warriors and canoptech constructs respond. These forces eliminate the intruders and seal the breach, then return to their positions, while the tomb mind evaluates whether further awakening is warranted. This approach conserves power and minimizes the risk of complications arising from premature awakening of the entire tomb complex. It also means that early encounters with Necron forces often significantly underestimate the true scale of the threat, as the defenders see only a tiny fraction of the armies sleeping beneath their feet. However, if the threat proves more significant, or if it persists despite initial responses, the escalation continues. More warriors wake, Immortals deploy in greater numbers. Specialist units activate. Destroyers, Necrons, whose hatred of living things has driven them to modify their bodies into hovering weapon platforms, emerge from their crypts, seeking targets. Lychguard, the noble house's elite bodyguards, activate and take positions defending their masters. Triarch Praetorians, warriors dedicated to maintaining the ancient codes of Necrontire civilization, wake to serve as enforcers and exemplars. And at the highest levels of escalation, the tomb's war machines come online. Monoliths, massive flying pyramids bristling with devastating weapons, phase into reality. Ghost arcs and night scythes, transport vehicles capable of delivering entire formations across vast distances, activate their engines, and at the absolute extreme, in situations where survival of the dynasty itself is at stake, the tomb might even awaken its imprisoned Cetan shards, fragments of the star gods bound within tesseract labyrinths and pressed into service as weapons of last resort. This escalation doctrine means that any military force engaging a waking tomb world must understand that what they face initially represents only the beginning of the threat. Every victory, every enemy unit destroyed, every defensive position overrun, all of it merely triggers the next level of response. Destroy 100 warriors, and 1,000 more wake to replace them. Eliminate those, and the Immortals deploy. Push deeper into the tomb and face the Lychguard defending the noble crypts. And at every stage, the defenders must contend with the fact that destroyed Necrons do not always stay destroyed. The living metal of their bodies includes sophisticated self-repair protocols that can restore even catastrophically damaged warriors. A Necron blown apart by heavy weapons might phase back to the tomb complex, where Canoptech constructs, gather the fragments, and begin repairs. Within hours or days, that same warrior can return to battle, its consciousness restored to a fresh or repaired body, ready to fight again. The weapons the Necrons bring to bear against their enemies showcase technology that remains completely beyond the understanding of any other galactic civilization. The most common Necron weapon, carried by every Necron warrior, is the Gauss Flayer. To call it a rifle or energy weapon fails to capture the alien horror of what these devices actually do. A Gauss Flayer does not fire bullets or laser beams. Instead, it projects a focused electromagnetic field that disrupts the molecular bonds holding matter together. When this field contacts a target, organic or inorganic, that target begins to disintegrate at a molecular level. Skin flays away from muscle. Muscle strips from bone. Bone itself crumbles to dust. And all of this happens in an instant, accompanied by the characteristic green lightning that surrounds the disintegration effect. The truly horrifying aspect of Gauss weapons lies in their complete effectiveness, regardless of protection. Armor provides no defense because the weapons do not need to penetrate it. They simply strip it away, layer by layer, molecule by molecule, until they reach the flesh beneath and continue the dissolution. Force fields fail because the effect operates at scales too small for most field generators to disrupt. Even the thick armor plating of Imperial tanks offers only momentary resistance before the Gauss beams eat through it and reach the vulnerable crew and equipment inside. Reports from survivors of Necron attacks describe watching their comrades literally flayed alive by the green lightning, reduced from living beings to skeletons to dust in the span of seconds. The psychological impact of witnessing such deaths devastates morale faster than almost any other weapon effect. The technological principles underlying Gauss weapons confound every attempt at analysis or replication by the Adeptus Mechanicus. The weapons appear to generate electromagnetic fields measuring in the multi-megawatt range from power sources no larger than a standard lace gun power pack. By all known principles of physics, the weapons should overheat catastrophically with each shot, melting themselves and their users. The trigger mechanisms should weld shut from the energy discharge. The focusing systems should degrade under the intense forces involved. None of this happens. The weapons fire with perfect reliability through millions of shots. They never overheat, they never jam. The living metal of their construction seems immune to wear and degradation. Tech priests who have captured intact Gauss flares for study report that examination only deepens the mystery. The internal mechanisms are impossibly precise, manufactured to tolerances measuring in the atomic scale. Even microscopic irregularities that exist in the finest imperial craftsmanship are absent in Necron weapons. And perhaps most frustratingly, any attempt to disassemble a Gauss flare for detailed analysis results in the weapon's internal systems degrading rapidly, as if the devices possess some form of anti-tampering protocol that renders them useless once removed from Necron control. Gauss weapons come in numerous varieties beyond the basic flare. Gauss blasters, wielded by immortals, fire more powerful beams capable of greater sustained damage. Gauss cannons mounted on destroyers combine multiple barrels to deliver devastating rates of fire. Heavy Gauss cannons serve as anti-vehicle weapons comparable to Imperial Lascannons in power, but superior in reliability and rate of fire. And at the largest scales, Gauss flux arcs and particle whips mounted on monoliths can sweep entire battlefields clear of enemies, their beams wide enough to engulf tanks and powerful enough to reduce them to molecular vapor. The sheer variety of Gauss weaponry available to the Necrons, combined with its universal effectiveness, regardless of target type, makes any military force facing them struggle with the problem of how to effectively engage an enemy whose basic infantry can threaten heavy armor, while their specialized anti-armor units can eliminate entire formations with single salvos. The living metal that comprises Necron bodies and equipment represents another aspect of their technological supremacy that defies Imperial understanding. This material, called necrodermis, possesses properties that violate numerous fundamental principles of materials science. It demonstrates strength comparable to adamantium, while remaining lighter than standard ceramite. It conducts electricity with zero resistance, while simultaneously serving as perfect thermal insulation when required. Most remarkably, it can self-repair, reorganizing at the molecular level to restore damage automatically. A Necron warrior whose arm is severed can watch as the living metal flows like liquid to reconnect the limb, restoring full function within moments. Even catastrophic damage can be repaired given sufficient time and resources, with the metal literally rebuilding the Necron's body from fragments. This self-repair capability means that tactical victories against Necron forces rarely translate into strategic advantage. An Imperial Guard commander might successfully repel a Necron attack, destroying dozens or even hundreds of enemy warriors. But unless those destroyed Necrons are so completely obliterated that no recoverable fragments remain, the tombs Canoptek constructs will gather the remains and begin restoration. Within days or weeks, those same warriors can return to battle, fully functional and ready to try again. The only reliable ways to permanently remove Necrons from the battlefield are complete molecular disintegration, capture and transport away from the tomb complex, or pushing them into environments where recovery becomes impossible. Each of these approaches presents significant challenges. Complete disintegration requires weapons of immense power applied with precision. Capture demands specialized equipment to contain and transport living metal that actively works to escape. And environmental destruction on scales necessary to deny Necrons recovery options typically means rendering entire regions uninhabitable. When an Imperial world discovers it sits atop a Necron tomb world, the responses vary wildly, depending on who makes the discovery and what resources they have available. In the best-case scenario, the discovery comes early enough that evacuation remains possible and military forces can be deployed before the tomb fully awakens. However, this ideal situation rarely occurs. More commonly, the discovery comes too late, with substantial awakening already underway and defensive options severely limited. The Adeptus Mechanicus, when they discover a tomb world, face a complex set of competing priorities. Their standing orders emphasize the recovery of archaeotech and the study of alien technology that might advance mankind's understanding. A Necron tomb represents the ultimate prize in this regard, a treasure trove of working examples of technology that makes even the legendary STC systems seem primitive. Yet the tech priests also recognize the extreme danger these installations represent. Official Mechanicus protocols call for immediate notification of any Necron discovery to higher authorities, while simultaneously deploying containment forces to prevent further awakening. In practice, these protocols are often ignored or delayed. Ambitious Margos commanders convince themselves they can contain the situation while extracting valuable samples. They believe their understanding of technology gives them insight into Necron systems. They think they can predict and control the awakening process. They are almost always wrong. The Mechanicus facilities orbiting Demarium in the 42nd millennium serve as a cautionary example. Demarium functioned openly as an imperial burial world, a place where honored dead from across the Imperium were laid to rest. But beneath the surface burials, tech priests discovered layers of far older tombs. Ancient Necrontier architecture revealed itself in deep excavations. Rather than reporting this discovery immediately and evacuating the planet, the Mechanicus established research facilities to study the xenotech. They convinced themselves the Necrons here remained safely dormant. They believed their examination protocols would avoid triggering any defensive responses. When Magos Ekaterina Malvolos discovered code fragments in the tomb systems and followed them deeper into the installation, she triggered awakening protocols that had waited 60 million years. The tomb stalkers that emerged killed her and began systematically hunting every human on the planet. The Imperial Guard faces even grimmer prospects when defending against awakening tomb worlds. Guardsmen represent the Imperium's standard military response to most threats, capable soldiers equipped with reliable if unremarkable weapons and supported by armored vehicles and artillery. Against most enemies, these forces prove adequate. Against Necrons, they face a scenario where every assumption about warfare breaks down. The enemy cannot be suppressed by weight of fire. They cannot be pinned or forced to retreat through morale shock. They cannot be starved of resources or cut off from resupply because they require neither food nor ammunition in conventional senses. And they certainly cannot be defeated through attrition when destroyed enemies simply repair themselves and return to battle. The defense of Amara during the Orphean War demonstrates the horrific cost of engaging awakening tomb worlds with conventional forces. When the Maynarch dynasty began emerging from their tombs on Amara Prime, the planet's Imperial Guard garrison responded with standard defensive doctrine. They established kill zones and firing lines. They deployed heavy weapons to target concentrations of enemy forces. They called for artillery support and orbital bombardment. All of it proved insufficient. The Necron forces simply advanced through the defensive fire, their living metal bodies absorbing damage that would have obliterated normal infantry. When the bombardment intensified, the Necrons redirected their own weapons skyward, shooting down incoming ordnance before it could reach its targets. And when the Guard managed to destroy significant numbers of Necrons through focused fire, the tomb complexes simply woke more warriors to replace them. The death corps of Krieg, renowned for their willingness to accept massive casualties in pursuit of victory, were deployed to Amara in a Ni-Ursing attempt to overwhelm the Necron forces through sheer weight of numbers. The Kriegers advanced in human waves, accepting horrific losses to close with the enemy. They fought with bayonets and entrenching tools when their weapons proved insufficient. They literally clambered over piles of their own dead to reach the tomb complexes. In scenes that would haunt the survivors, the Kriegers charged across open ground while Gauss beams flayed entire platoons into dust. They pressed forward while Canoptech scarabs swarmed over them, stripping flesh from bone. They maintained formation as tombstalkers burst from the ground beneath them, tearing through their lines with impossible speed and violence. The Kriegers' legendary discipline held, but even that iron will could not overcome the fundamental imbalance of the engagement. For every Necron warrior destroyed, 3 Kriegsmen died, and the Kriegsmen stayed dead while the Necrons repaired themselves and returned. Space Marines, the Imperium's elite soldiers, and perhaps the only military force with technology approaching the capability needed to fight Necrons on even terms, still find themselves challenged by awakening tomb worlds. The Adeptus Astartes brings to battle advantages that few other Imperial forces possess. Their power armor provides actual protection against Gauss weapons, not indefinite resistance, but enough to survive hits that would instantly kill normal soldiers. Their bolters, firing mass reactive ammunition, can generate enough damage to overwhelm Necron repair protocols if applied with precision. And their tactical flexibility, combined with abilities to deploy rapidly through drop pods or Thunderhawk gunships, allows them to strike at specific targets rather than engaging in the grinding battles of attrition that doom Imperial Guard forces. Yet even with these advantages, Space Marines must approach Necron tomb worlds with extreme caution and careful planning. Chapter after chapter has learned through bitter experience that initial estimates of Necron strength are always wrong. The first wave of defenders represents only a fraction of the forces available. Each tactical victory triggers the awakening of more powerful units, and the Necron's ability to phase out to safety and repair before returning means that killed enemies cannot be reliably counted as permanently removed from the battle. Space Marine doctrine against tomb worlds emphasizes rapid strikes against specific objectives, typically targeting the tomb's power generation systems or attempting to eliminate noble commanders before they can coordinate a full defensive response. When such strikes succeed, they can sometimes allow the Necrons to be driven back into dormancy without requiring the destruction of the entire tomb complex. But when they fail, the consequences can be catastrophic. The political and military structures of the Necrons themselves, the dynasties that rule their civilization, add another layer of complexity to any engagement with tomb worlds. The Necrons are not a unified empire operating under a single command structure. Instead, they are divided into numerous dynasties, each ruled by its own noble house, and each pursuing its own agenda. While the Silent King holds theoretical authority as the supreme ruler of all Necron kind, his long absence and the independent nature of the dynasties means that in practice, each tomb world operates with significant autonomy. This fragmentation means that policies and behaviors can vary wildly between different Necron encounters. One dynasty might prove willing to negotiate, even to coexist with younger species if appropriate conditions are met. Another might pursue genocidal policies, viewing the very existence of organic life as an affront that must be corrected. The Sautek dynasty, currently the largest and most militarily powerful of the Necron dynasties, follows aggressive expansionist policies under the leadership of Pharaon Imhotep the Stormlord. The Sautek have awakened with much of their strength intact and immediately began military campaigns to reclaim their former territories and expand their influence. Imhotep himself is considered one of the finest military minds in the galaxy, a strategic genius capable of coordinating forces across multiple sectors and anticipating enemy responses with uncanny accuracy. His forces excel at medium-range firefights, using their rapid-fire Gauss weapons to systematically obliterate enemy formations before they can close to melee or pull back beyond effective range. When a tomb world reveals itself as Sautek, defenders can expect to face methodical, well-coordinated assaults that exploit every tactical weakness and respond adaptively to changing battlefield conditions. The Mefrit dynasty, once employed by the Silent Kings as executioners and specialists in close-range devastation, awakens with a singular focus on annihilation. Mefrit forces excel in short-range firefights, where their enhanced Gauss weapons achieve maximum armor penetration. They favor aggressive tactics, closing rapidly with their enemies to unleash withering firepower at ranges where even heavy armor provides no protection. The Mefrit are particularly dangerous to armored formations, as their weapons can tear through even super heavy tanks when applied at close range. Defenders facing Mefrit tomb worlds must balance the need to engage at longer ranges, where Mefrit firepower is less overwhelming, against the Necron's ability to advance through defensive fire that would stop other forces. The Nihilak dynasty pursues a defensive strategy focused on holding their crown world and core territories rather than aggressive expansion. When a Nihilak tomb awakens on a world the dynasty considers rightfully theirs, they dig in with incredible tenacity. Nihilak forces deploy extensive defensive positions and coordinate their defenses with precision that makes dislodging them nearly impossible. They hold objectives with supernatural determination, their troops literally refusing to be driven back regardless of casualties or tactical situation. Yet this defensive focus also means that Nihilak tomb worlds can sometimes be negotiated with. If their core territories remain undisturbed, they may tolerate the presence of other species on the periphery. But any attempt to claim land the Nihilak consider theirs triggers absolute and uncompromising military response. The Novok dynasty represents an aberration among Necrons, a warrior culture that emphasizes melee combat despite their species' general preference for ranged warfare. The Novok are bloodthirsty by Necron standards, pursuing close combat with an enthusiasm that approaches actual emotion. When Novok forces awaken, they advance with singular focus toward enemy lines, seeking to engage in hand-to-hand combat where their specialized melee weapons can carve through opponents. Defenders facing Novok tomb worlds find themselves in the unusual position of fighting Necrons, who charge into close quarters rather than maintaining distance and relying on ranged firepower. This aggressive melee focus makes Novok forces particularly devastating against less mobile opponents, but also creates opportunities for defenders who can effectively employ mobile warfare and fighting withdrawal tactics. The Zarakan dynasty holds special significance as the dynasty of the Silent King himself. With the Silent King's return to the galaxy in the current age, the Zarakan have experienced a dramatic resurgence in power and prestige. Other dynasties that once operated with complete independence now find themselves pressured to acknowledge the Silent King's authority. The Zarakan themselves pursue the most sophisticated strategy among the Necrons, viewing the younger species not merely as enemies to be destroyed, but as potential resources or tools to be manipulated toward the Silent King's greater purposes. Zarakan tomb worlds often employ complex strategic approaches that include temporary alliances, manipulation of other factions, and long-term planning that spans centuries. They are perhaps the most dangerous dynasty to face, not because of their immediate military power, but because of their willingness to employ any tactic, including apparently cooperative behavior, in pursuit of their ultimate goals. Specific tomb worlds that have been discovered and partially documented provide glimpses into the scale and variety of the threat. Solemnes, a tomb world transformed by its ruler, Trazyn the Infinite, into a vast museum, contains countless treasures from across galactic history. Trazyn collects artifacts and specimens, including living beings placed in stasis fields, preserving them perfectly for his private galleries. When Inquisitor Helena Valeria led an investigation to Solemnes, seeking to understand why the planet had survived a Tyranid incursion that consumed all others in its path, she discovered endless halls filled with historical exhibits. The tomb world itself exists more as a museum than a military installation, though its defensive capabilities proved more than sufficient to annihilate Valeria's expedition when they disturbed Trazyn's collection. Demarium, as mentioned previously, represents the horror of hidden tomb worlds existing beneath seemingly ordinary Imperial installations. For thousands of years, Demarium functioned as a burial world, without anyone realizing a massive Necron tomb complex lay beneath the Imperial interments. Multiple layers of tombs existed, with ancient Necron-tire architecture sandwiched between Imperial burials above and vast Necron installations below. Only when Chaos forces attacked the world and tech priests began deeper investigations did the true nature of Demarium reveal itself. The awakening Tombstalkers and other defensive constructs killed researchers and began the process of reclaiming the world, demonstrating how even long-settled Imperial planets can transform overnight into deadly Necron territories. Ignaris, a frontier world in the Segmentum Ultima, experienced a sudden and catastrophic awakening when its Necron inhabitants stirred without warning. Settlements began vanishing overnight, their populations simply disappearing without trace. When refugees fled to the planetary capital and riots broke out at the spaceport, Necron warriors rose from the sea itself, led by a blazing Satan Shard. The assault would have killed everyone on the planet if not for the intervention of a lone Imperial knight who managed to drive the Necrons back and banish their god